Chapter 1746. Although there was a strong sense of selfishness in it, they felt that it was more for the sake of the common good. After the decline of the human race, how many people present did not step on them? If the human race could rise again, could they guarantee that they would not seek revenge? It was not that the various clans did not think of this, but except for the Joeying clan and the North Mountain clan, which had a long history with them, who would be willing to offend King Taitsong and be willing to take the lead? Moreover, even if there was no King Taitsong, the looming figure of Yi Shiwen was enough to make them afraid. In one night, he consecutively uprooted 3 clans, destroyed their foundation, destroyed their ancestral tools, and killed their old ancestors. If it was any other big clan, their vitality would be greatly damaged, and it was very likely that they would be defeated. After all, they had the advantage of the right time, place, and people, but Yi Shiwen did it. No matter how he did it, this method was too terrifying for them. Moreover, in the view of everyone, even if the human race rose again and regained the throne of the Overlord, so what? At most, it would be the same as before. This was the bottom line in their hearts. Therefore, in the case of no one taking the lead, no one wanted to casually make a move. However, everyone had the intention to suppress the human race. If someone took the lead, they did not mind completely suppressing the signs of the rise of the human race. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly and directly crushed all the eyes that stared at him. As a master of the king level, such a method was a little too childish. And on his shoulder, the young Kuan Peng chirped as if very happy. But now, no one dared to look down on this little guy. Those who dared to look down on him all suffered the consequences of their actions. If the human race wants to join in, it's not impossible. It's just that the human race occupies the most fertile land in the remote antiquity, but they don't have the strength to match it. In my opinion, with the human race's current strength, they can at most occupy the territory around Mount Qi, and that's enough, isn't it? Jiuying Demon King said. The human race's expression changed drastically. The words of the Jiuying Demon King were too ruthless. Although the Qi mountain area was huge and one of the most important parts of the human race's territory, in fact, compared to the entire human race's territory, it was not even 1%. This was to completely suppress the human race. The foundation of the human race was a huge population. If there was not enough land, how could they reproduce enough people? Without enough population, how could these upper-level geniuses be produced? These two complemented each other. In a short time, it may seem like nothing, it was just a crowded place, but once time passed, the sustainable development of the human race in the future would be reduced. In addition, there were so many forces in the human race. Fighting for half a day in such a small place like Mount Qi would only lead to internal strife. At that time, there would be no time to expand outwards. This meant that in the foreseeable future, the human race would no longer have the power to make a comeback. The words of the Jiuying Demon King were too cruel. Even if more than half of the territory of the human tribe had fallen, it was better than being trapped in Mount Qi. The words of the Jiuying Demon King were immediately echoed by many people. That's right. The human race only has one king-tier expert. How could they be qualified to occupy such a huge territory? At most, they only have the strength of a small race. What kind of strength does one deserve to own a territory? Said a king-level expert. He looked at the human race with a rather unfriendly expression. This was a king-level expert from the sea race. His territory was between the human race and the sea race. He had been fighting with the human race all year round. Both sides had already formed a blood feud. Therefore, he was unscrupulous in speaking at this time. That's right. The current human race should give up their territory. Instead of letting the devil race occupy it and turn it into a devil's land, it's better to give it to us. Anyway, the human race is unable to defend it, isn't it? Another king division master said. The human race had declined and had countless inheritances. The biggest inheritance was naturally the countless resources that had been hoarded in the imperial court for many years. However, these had fallen into the hands of the devil race, but the remaining inheritance was still very much. If they could receive a part of it, the strength of the human race would skyrocket. Among them, the territory was undoubtedly one of the most important. Every inch of the human race's territory was recovered from the hands of the devil race by our ancestors. We are incompetent and have lost more than half of the territory. It's already very unfilial of us. If you want us to give it up, you should stop dreaming. Yi Fan suddenly stood up. Yi Fan's body suddenly emitted a strong aura. He did not give in an inch. At this time, no matter what, he could not give in. At this time, they were powerless to defend it. That was something that could not be helped. However, if the human race gave it up willingly, it would be difficult for them to take it back in the future. Arrogant. What is the strength of the human race now? Why do you have such a huge territory? While we still have the patience to talk to you, you should obediently agree. Otherwise, you won't even be able to protect Mount Qi. Even King Taizong won't be able to protect you. The Jiuying Demon King said with a sneer. When it came to the hatred of the human race, he was definitely at the top. You are just a stray dog whose race has been exterminated. What qualifications do you have to say such words? Yi Fan did not hold back. Even if we are severely injured, we will not lose the Mount Qi ancestral land. The Jiuying Demon King was so angry that his face turned pale. However, he did not attack immediately because he looked at young Kuan Peng with fear. If it was only Yi Fan, he would not be able to suppress him. However, with the addition of young Kuan Peng, the situation was completely different. King Taizong, human race, do you rely on this person's name to scare the other races? At this time, Hai Wuya, who had failed to make the human race submit to him, stood up again. He sneered and said he is already dead. It's impossible for him to still be alive. This may be a secret to others, but to us, it's not a secret. There are some places that you can't go, so you don't know about it. However, to us, it's very normal. I have already received the decree of God Father. King Taizong has already fallen. The so-called King Taizong now must be fake. It must be the human race that wants to borrow King Taizong's name, am I right? His words were like a knife that directly pierced the hearts of the human race. Impossible. Nonsense. King Taizong is invincible in the world. It is recorded in the ancient books of our family that he had killed the invading gods from the outer regions. How could such a powerful person pass away? He only disappeared in the past. It doesn't mean that he is dead. That's right. You are just a remnant of a fallen god. What gives you the right to speak such nonsense? Did you see it with your own eyes? Even gods can live forever, let alone an invincible person like King Taizong. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Many experts of the human race finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. They could tolerate other things, but this matter involved King Taizong, whom they respected immensely. Moreover, King Taizong was their only hope and savior. They would absolutely not allow anyone to slander King Taizong, especially this guy who claimed to be the son of the gods. Originally, the gods were a huge taboo among the various races. The various races didn't want the gods to return and suppress them once again. Those gods were even more powerful than the kings of the various races. In the ancient books of ancient times, under the rule of the gods, the various races would tremble in fear. It wasn't as harmonious as some people thought. No one knew why the Sea clan had taken in Hai Wuya, but did not mean that the human race would accept it. Presumptuous! How dare you doubt me, the son of a god? Hai Wuya was instantly enraged. In the mythological era, his status could be said to be incomparably noble. However, in this era it had become a taboo. Naturally, he was extremely angry. Hey, if you have something to say, let's talk it out. At this moment, Yi Wudi's lazy voice was heard. However, it was obvious that he was going to help the human race if Hai Wuya decided to fight. It was obvious that he was going against Hai Wuya. Yi Wudi, you. Humph. His face turned green and white. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Others may not know, but you Woody, you should know something. Do you dare to pat your chest and say that King Taitsong is still alive? Whoosh! Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Wuti, especially the people of the human race. They were extremely nervous. Hai Wuya dared to say this. Could it be that he really had proof? The hearts of the people of the human race suddenly skipped a beat. They had a bad premonition. This kind of thing, how would I know? Who knows where you got this news from? Yi Wuti said without giving any face. He looked as if he did not know and did not want to ask him. The people of the human race were somewhat disappointed. They wanted to get confirmation from Yi Wuti that King Taitsong was still alive. However, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not get what they wanted, it was not the worst situation. Humph, in this world, only the gods can be immortal. Hai Wuya said matter-of-factly. He did not wait for the people to refute and continued. I will only say one thing. If King Taitsong is really still alive, why doesn't he come out? I think it's not because something is holding him back. Instead, this person does not exist. Everything is just a trick played by Yi Shiwen. Many experts of the human race wanted to refute, but they could not do anything because they had never seen King Taitsong. At this time, Yi Fan vaguely knew something. He thought of that handsome and peerless young man. He was shocked, but he could not say anything. If you have the ability, let King Taitsong come out. Hai Wuya said. Hearing this, many people instantly became excited, especially those experts of the human race who could not breathe because of King Taitsong's existence. If you can't find him, then you humans are playing tricks. Chapter 1747. Hai Wuya's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting hard on the hearts of the human race. No matter how the human race experts tried to find excuses for King Taitsong, there was one fatal weakness that could not be explained away. That was King Taitsong, who had not shown up until now. No matter what, this was a fatal weakness. That's right, if King Taitsong is still alive, then let him come out. If he comes out, we promise not to say anything. If King Taitsong is still alive, I'll be the first to pay a visit. At this time, the experts of the various races relaxed. That's right, now that even Hai Wuya said so, they immediately believed his words. Faced with the joint attack of the various races, the faces of the human race experts turned ugly. However, there was nothing they could do. Even if King Taitsong really existed, he was not someone they could come into contact with, even if they were now the top higher-ups of the major forces. That's why I said that this is simply a conspiracy of the human race. In fact, they have not found King Taitsong at all. The Jiuying Demon King said coldly. At this time, he stood up and walked towards the human race step by step. Behind him, 2 other kings of the Jiuying clan followed, and a terrifying aura directly crushed over. If King Taitsong is here, then let him save you. The Jiuying Demon King said, he slaughtered my clan, so I'll kill you all. Let's see what else the human race has to rely on. Count me in. At this time in the void, a figure directly rushed down. Everyone looked over, and it turned out to be a top expert of the 100 Races Alliance. He was quickly recognized. It's the North Mountain Clan leader. The North Mountain Clan leader. Many people recognized him at once, especially the people of the human race. They could not help but be shocked. Wasn't it said that the entire North Mountain Clan was slaughtered? There were actually survivors. However, now was not the time to pay attention to this. 4 King Division experts were approaching, and the human race was facing the greatest threat in history. Although Yi Fan had already stepped into the King Division, coupled with that little bird, everyone was no longer low in their hearts. The others weren't sure if King Taitsong would appear or not. However, for the Jiuying tribe and the North Mountain tribe that were almost completely exterminated, they didn't have anything to fear. How could their situation be any worse than it was now? They were also happy to see the Jiuying clan and the Northmont clan make their move. Yi Fan alone would not be able to withstand the attacks of 4 King Division experts. Even the mysterious little bird might not be able to withstand it. because whether it was the North Mountain tribe chief or the nine-headed fierce beast king, even among the King Division experts, they were invincible existences. They were the top group of people. The four experts walked over together, one step at a time. They had already endured until now. Initially, they still had some fear towards King Tai Tsong, but after hearing Hai Wei's words, the last bit of fear in their hearts was dispelled. That's right, if King Tai Tsong is still here, then let him come out. The aura of the four terrifying experts connected, suppressing one side. At this time, even Yi Wudi's face suddenly became serious. He wanted to help, but it was useless. Hai Wei's aura was firmly locked on him. He was afraid that once he made a move, Hai Wei would also attack at the same time. He would definitely not give him any chance to help the human clan. As for Yi Fan, he was even more shocked. He suddenly thought of the young King Division expert who was with Yi Shiwen, the young man who was eroded in the wind. If Yi Shiwen really asked King Taitsong to come out, then that young man was probably the legendary King Taitsong. However, he saw King Taitsong being eroded in the wind with his own eyes. He suddenly lost confidence in his heart. Any one of the experts here would be able to suppress him. There were also differences in strength among the experts of the King Division. Although he wasn't the weakest, he had just entered the King Division. So, it was impossible for him to contend against the experts of the older generation who had entered the King Division for thousands of years. Jiuying Demon King, aren't you afraid that King Taitsong will be angry and kill all the remaining people of your Jiuying clan? Yi Fan scolded. Then let him be angry. Anyway, it has already come to this. What's the difference? The dignified North Mountain Clan chief's expression was cold. In the dignified North Mountain Clan, apart from some small fries who were not present, he was the only one who escaped outside. In his heart, he had already incomparably hated the human clan, even if King Taitsong really existed. So what? Could he destroy them again? The four King Division experts joined hands to attack. Their aura crushed down, causing the human clan experts to have cold sweat on their backs. A chill suddenly rose from the soles of their feet to their heads. Hatred, deep-rooted hatred. It could be said that there was a blood feud between the two sides. In the past, King Taitsong could still intimidate them. However, when they no longer cared about this kind of deterrence, these human clan experts realized that the human clan was no longer the overlord of the past. In front of these top experts, they were still too weak. Don't talk nonsense with them. Just directly destroy them. The Jiuying Demon King had a ferocious expression on his face. He was filled with eagerness. If he couldn't destroy the human clan, he probably wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. Shua! The first to attack was an old king, Jiuying behind him. A terrifying domain instantly swept out and directly enveloped Yi Fan. He didn't attack the other celestial realm experts of the human clan. They were very clear that Yi Fan and that strange little bird were their biggest obstacles. If they were to get rid of the two of them, then the others would just be a bunch of weeds. They could get rid of them whenever they wanted. Yi Fan instantly attacked and directly blasted out a terrifying force, blasting on this domain. Rumble! A series of explosions rang out. This domain that extended over was blocked by Yi Fan. Looks not bad. However, this is the end. At this moment, the other nine-headed infant king, who looked like a middle-aged man, had already appeared behind Yi Fan. His leg swept towards Yi Fan, and a terrifying divine radiance burst forth in the void. The leg whip was like a long dragon, directly sweeping towards Yi Fan's waist, wanting to completely sweep him to death. Pum! Yi Fan's reaction was also very fast. His right hand directly flipped out countless laws, wrapping around them, forming a powerful force, and blasted towards the leg whip. A terrifying sound of metal clashing rang out. Yi Fan blasted the leg whip of the middle-aged Jiuying Demon King, exploding a thunderous roar. The exchange between the two could be said to be extremely fast. Yi Fan consecutively took a few steps back, and only then did he barely manage to dissipate the terrifying force. Naturally, he was extremely shocked. Although he knew that there was a gap between them, he only truly understood how huge the gap was when he actually fought. If it was only one of them, he might be able to barely handle it. However, there were 4 of them. Beep beep. At this moment, young Kuan Peng, who had been standing on Yi Fan's shoulder, finally moved. His first move was like a thunderbolt. Countless wind attribute laws swept around young Kuan Peng. Although he was young, his understanding of the wind attribute laws had already reached a level that countless people dared not imagine. He appeared like a bolt of lightning, directly pouncing towards the elderly Jiuying Demon King, who still wanted to attack. The elderly Jiuying Demon King was suddenly attacked by young Kuan Peng. For a moment, he was completely unable to react and could only watch young Kuan Peng sweeping over. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying spear radiance broke through the sky and directly pointed towards young Kuan Peng. Dang! A loud roar sounded. The long spear broke through the sky and pointed at young Kuan Peng. All the laws on young Kuan Peng's body suddenly swept out, protecting him within. Boom! With a terrifying roar, the long spear shattered the laws and directly hit young Kuan Peng. Uft! Young Kuan Peng was instantly sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the most crucial moment for the Jiuying Demon King to attack. Even young Kuan Peng, who had just toyed around with a few other Jiuying Demon Kings, was directly hit by the spear. Young Kuan Peng dissipated the force in the void and stopped his body. He cried out, and his eyes burned with the desire to fight. He had never suffered such a huge loss at the hands of anyone before. However, he had suffered a loss at the hands of the Jiuying Demon King. This was absolutely intolerable. He directly rushed towards the Jiuying Demon King. Humph, you little ***starred, you do have some skills. At this moment, the Jiuying Demon King directly pointed his long spear in the void and shot out countless spear radiance. He sealed young Kuan Peng and started fighting with him. In his heart, he was extremely shocked. This young Kuan Peng could actually fight with him to this extent. What was his background? Why did he look a little familiar? At this time, the experts of the human clan saw this scene, and their hearts suddenly sank. Yi Fan was repeatedly defeated under the attack of the 2 Jiuying kings, and her savior young Kuan Peng was also entangled by the Jiuying Demon King. Although he was not at a disadvantage, it was impossible for him to defeat the Jiuying Demon King. At this time, the North Mountain clan chief, who had not made a move, looked coldly at the many experts of the human clan and walked towards them step by step. How is it that bullshit King Taitsong really didn't appear? Today is the day of your death, and no one can save you. The North Mountain clan chief said with a ferocious expression, "You lowly ants, how dare you attack our North Mountain clan? Your crimes are unforgivable, unforgivable, so die!" Boom! A terrible force raged out of the body of the North Mountain clan chief. Chapter 1748. Many masters of the human clan were in extreme despair, but they could not break free from the shackles of a king rank master. At this time, whether it was Yi Fan or young Kuan Peng, it was too late to save them. Boom! With a loud roar, an astonishing sword aura descended from the sky and landed in front of the North Mountain clan chief. Everyone looked over, and the sunlight sprinkled down, incomparably holy. A green figure walked closer and closer. His green robes fluttered in the wind. It was a man with a delicate and handsome appearance. This is Yi Shiwen. Many people's voices were trembling, as if they could not believe what they saw in front of them. Although Yi Shiwen had shown his face a long time ago, he disappeared very quickly. So in fact, no one had seen him at all. Except for Yi Fan, many people did not even have much hope for Yi Shiwen. Because, just like King Taitsong, Yi Shiwen was rumored to have the strength of a king rank master, but no one could really confirm it. No one had really seen him defeat a king rank master. Therefore, Gradually, the crowd no longer held any hope. At this time, everyone's eyes were wet, as if the scene many years ago was still vivid in their minds. No matter how much hatred they had for Yi Shiwen, at this time, they were extremely excited. Yi Shiwen's thin figure was as heavy as a mountain under the sun, as if it could support everything. Yi Shiwen, yes, it's really him. Great. Everyone of the human clan cried tears of joy, and the masters of the various clans suddenly became dignified and fearful. If it was only Yi Shiwen, it was not enough to make them like this. But everyone knew that Yi Shiwen and King Taitsong appeared together. If Yi Shiwen was here, it was very likely that King Taitsong would also follow, and that would be really bad. Yi Shiwen, the Joeying Demon King, and the other 3 looked at Yi Shiwen with gritted teeth, wishing they could tear him into pieces. Their royal family was uprooted because of Yi Shiwen. How could they not feel hatred in their hearts? How arrogant a few remnants of a clan actually dare to be arrogant here. Yi Shiwen spoke, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was extremely domineering. It was as if the human clan was still the overlord of this area. Humph! The human race has finally produced a decent one. Hai Wuya looked at Yi Shiwen. His eyes flickered, but his tone was still filled with disdain. When Yi Wudi saw Yi Shiwen, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. You humans have already suffered heavy losses. Do you really think you can defy the heavens with just a few of you? How is that possible? The North Mountain Patriarch sneered. I alone am enough to deal with you remnants, Yi Shiwen said with an indifferent look on his face. It seemed as if he was talking about something, as if it was a matter of course. One person is enough? I think you're too arrogant. The North Mountain Patriarch shouted coldly, and the aura of his whole body suddenly raged out. Heaven and earth were trembling. A big hand directly grabbed out, and it expanded against the wind. The entire big hand, countless divine rays splashed out, like a shocking cage, grabbing Yi Shiwen, trying to grab him to death. In this big hand, countless laws emerged, revolving around this amazing big hand, rumbling and rotating. Each finger was like a heavenly pillar crushing down. Although the North Mountain clan was exterminated, it was worthy of being one of the top 10 royal clans of the 100-clan alliance. The strength of the North Mountain Patriarch was unfathomable and very terrifying. A big hand slapped out with the aura of creation. It was extremely terrifying. Countless people were horrified. Just one hand was enough to seriously injure some weaker king, ranked experts. It was truly terrifying. If they were in his place, even if they were to face him, they probably wouldn't have the courage to face him head-on. Yi Shiwen's expression remained unchanged. Facing the big hand that was grabbing over, there was no fear on his face. He directly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. It did not turn into a star, but directly turned into a universe. The shattered star fist had reached perfection in his hands. It was far beyond the imagination of the ancestors of the true martial school who had created this martial technique at the beginning. The stars in his fist intent had turned into a universe, and the power had climbed to an extreme level. In the past 100 years, he did not do nothing. Although he had been in nirvana, he had not stopped practicing martial arts for a moment. With enough spiritual energy and resources, coupled with the help of the mysterious space, Yi Shiwen's accumulation over the past 100 years was unfathomable. If it weren't for this deep accumulation and foundation of hundreds of years, it would be impossible for his strength to directly rush to the king rank in one go. Boom! With a loud roar, the universe and the big hand that was splashing colorful divine rays collided fiercely. The big hand of colorful divine rays suddenly exploded in the void, turning into divine rays that scattered all over the sky. Countless divine laws exploded in the void, scattered like stars, and the spiritual energy turned into countless forces that swept in all directions. So strong! There was a look of horror in the eyes of a master of the king rank. This time, The fight ended with the junior Yi Shiwen's complete victory. In everyone's opinion, even if Yi Shiwen entered the king rank, his strength should be limited. Even if he was not in the weakest batch, he should still be far from the peak. But Yi Shiwen announced how wrong their thinking was with his incomparably strong combat power. The North Mountain clan chief, even if he was not the strongest, could become the clan chief of the North Mountain clan, a royal family. His strength could already be regarded as one of the few powerhouses in the world. Not to mention the top 10, but he was at least in the top 20 or even the top 30. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent, but his tone was full of coldness and ruthlessness. Even the king rank masters were shocked, not to mention those ordinary celestial realm masters. They didn't even dare to approach casually and retreated again and again. I said that if I want to kill you, I alone am enough. That night, you were not there, so I let you escape. But today, let's stop here. The Jiuying clan and the North Mountain clan will be eliminated. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent, but his tone was full of coldness and ruthlessness. He was extremely domineering. If he said this before, perhaps everyone would think that Yi Shiwen was crazy, but now they didn't dare to say so. He might have such an ability. Arrogant. At this time, the North Mountain clan chief was furious. He immediately attacked in an instant, and countless laws fell down. Under his anger, the laws condensed. The domain on his body spread out in the direction of Yi Shiwen in a fan shape. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and chaos was leaked out. The North Mountain clan chief released his domain. He was really angry. In this domain, he was like a god, invincible, and no one was his opponent. Yi Shiwen's face was calm. He took a step forward and didn't avoid the domain. Instead, he directly rushed into the domain. It's useless to struggle. Yi Shiwen's footsteps were fast to the extreme. In an instant, he appeared in front of the North Mountain clan chief. Above his fist, a huge universe was hovering. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart and life and death were changing within it. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist fiercely blasted 3 inches in front of the North Mountain clan chief and stopped abruptly. In front of the North Mountain clan chief, a colorful divine robe emerged. The colorful colors suddenly turned into a quaint array that protected him in it. On this ancient array, all kinds of ancient and mysterious patterns constantly appeared. It was incomparably brilliant. The North Mountain clan chief had truly used the colorful divine robe to the extreme. In the end, it was different from the people of the North Mountain clan that Yi Shiwen had encountered before. Yi Shiwen, this is the treasure of my clan. It is impossible for you to break through it. Die! The North Mountain clan chief shouted. An endless divine light appeared behind him. It was like a surging long river, boiling in the void. Under such circumstances, he instantly attacked and fought back in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. The North Mountain clan chief was worthy of his name. As soon as he attacked, a Milky Way descended from the sky and fell fiercely on Yi Shiwen's head. Rumble! A terrifying mushroom cloud rose from the void. It obliterated matter and shattered the void. Everyone couldn't help but be horrified when they saw this scene. It was too terrifying. This was the means of a truly tyrannical master of the King Division. Even if it was the Northern Mountains clan that had been exterminated, no one would dare to underestimate him after the prestige he displayed in this battle. The people of the human clan looked at the scene in fear. Yi Shiwen was their last hope. If even he died, then there would really be no hope for the human clan. However, at this moment, before anyone could react, a terrifying light broke through the layers of clouds, and a shocking aura swept over, heading straight for the North Mountain clan chief. Bang! With a terrifying collision, the endless clouds were directly scattered. The golden light flickered, and it once again blasted in front of the North Mountain clan chief. In an instant, the 7-colored divine robe appeared again, turning into a shocking array formation that protected the North Mountain clan chief. Immediately after, The phantoms of several rare beasts appeared above the array formation. They roared under the sunlight, looking extremely terrifying. The attack was blocked, and everyone finally discovered that Yi Shiwen was unscathed. Under the strong attack of the North Mountain clan chief, he was unscathed. He didn't even look embarrassed at all, but his expression became even more indifferent. "It's useless, Yi Shiwen. My colorful divine robe is blessed by the gods. It's impossible for you to break it." The North Mountain clan chief shouted loudly and was extremely arrogant. Although he couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen just now, which was beyond his expectations, he didn't care. As long as the colorful divine robe wasn't broken, he was invincible. "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 1749. "Oh, is that so?" A disdainful smile flashed across the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth. He pointed his finger and light sprinkled down. The finger force surged out as if the sky was collapsing. It instantly acted on this array. Crack, crack, crack. In front of everyone's eyes, the array formation began to crumble inch by inch. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. The seven-color godly robe is actually broken. Impossible. Could it be that I'm seeing things? How is this possible? This should be the treasure of the Northern Mountain clan. It's impossible for it to be broken by others. But the fact was, in front of their eyes, the ancient array formed by the seven-color godly robe shattered inch by inch. Everyone was extremely shocked. It could be said to be earth-shattering. No one expected that the seven-color godly robe of the patriarch of the Northern Mountain clan, who was known to be invincible in the innate realm, actually collapsed. Invincible in the innate realm? I think it's just SOO. Yi Shiwen sneered. "From now on, the Northern Mountain clan will be removed from the world. All of you watch carefully. In the future, whoever dares to attack our human race will end up the same as the Northern Mountain clan." Before his voice fell, Yi Shiwen's attack blasted like lightning. A huge universe descended from the sky and slammed fiercely on the body of the patriarch of the Northern Mountain clan. Boom! The patriarch of the Northern Mountain clan was blasted away on the spot, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was directly injured by Yi Shiwen. His expression was extremely shocked, as if he had seen a monster. He was completely in disbelief. He was also a master at the king rank, but he was actually seriously injured by Yi Shiwen in an instant. He was simply going crazy. If it were in the past, he would never believe such an absurd thing. "Go to hell!" Yi Shiwen shouted coldly and directly chased after him. Without giving him any chance to breathe, Yi Shiwen directly stepped down, as if stepping through the vast sky, and fiercely stepped on his chest. Boom! A loud sound rang out as every single bone in his body snapped. In that instant, he didn't even know how many bones in his body had been broken. The sky seemed to have lost its color all of a sudden. Even the Jiuying Demon King, who was fighting with the young Kuan Peng, couldn't react at all. In his opinion, even if the North Mountain tribe chief couldn't hold on any longer, he should at least be able to resist for a while. Who knew that he would be defeated in just a short exchange? His body was directly trampled through by Yi Shiwen, and endless energy leaped out from Yi Shiwen's feet, directly blasting on the North Mountain Patriarch's body. Even if the North Mountain clan chief was wearing a colorful divine robe, there was no way to stop Yi Shiwen's footsteps, and he was directly trampled to death by Yi Shiwen. Everyone was intimidated into submission, all of them stupefied, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Strong. How can he be so strong? This Yi Shiwen has only cultivated for a few years. How can he be so strong? He was already very strong 100 years ago, but it's obvious that he has had some fortuitous encounters in these years. I'm afraid that his current cultivation has already reached an incredible level. While everyone was marveling, Yi Shiwen also began to move. With a step, his figure completely disappeared. The next one should be the Jiuying clan. Since you are lucky to survive, you should hide well. Now that you dare to appear in front of me, I think you must be tired of living." Yi Shiwen's words were cold and ruthless. When he appeared again, he had already appeared beside Yi Fan and directly attacked the two masters of the King division. "Stop!" At this time, the Jiuying Demon King suddenly became anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He was entangled by the young Kuan Pong. Although this young Kuan Pong was small, only the size of 2 fists, but in terms of strength it was very terrifying. Its speed was fast to the extreme, and the wind and water attribute laws could be said to be instinctive, directly beating him to the point of being abnormally depressed. At this time, how could he not know what this little thing in front of him was? It should be the legendary young Kuan Pong that was taken away by Yi Shiwen. But he never expected that the young Kuan Pong would grow at such an amazing speed. One must know that the Kuan Pong was indeed very amazing, with amazing talent and noble bloodline, no less than the children of the gods. But the problem was that, because of this, it would take much longer to grow than ordinary people. Because the lifespan of the Kuan Pong was also very long, this was almost complementary. God was fair and would not give any race too heaven-defying ability. The human race's lifespan was indeed very short, and they were famous for their short lifespan. But at the same time, the human race's speed of progress was far faster than other races. It could be said that each race had their own advantages. But the growth of this young Kuan Pong was far faster than he knew. Back then, he personally ambushed the Kuan Pong and arranged for people to strengthen the Kuan Pong. So he more or less knew when the Kuan Pong was born. It had not even been 200 years, but it had already grown to this stage. What kind of miraculous encounter did it have? Coupled with Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength, he was even more confused. What kind of miraculous encounter did Yi Shiwen have? But how could Yi Shiwen listen to him? He stopped and directly used a universe to crush the elderly king of the Jiuying Demon King. The elderly king of the Jiuying Demon King also did not dare to delay it this time. He directly used his long spear like a giant dragon, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed Yi Shiwen. Boom! With a loud bang, the long spear and the universe collided violently. It was as if the entire world had collapsed, and in an instant, everyone lost their hearing, sight, and sight. Crack, crack! Immediately after, there was a cracking sound that made everyone's teeth ache. In front of everyone's eyes, the long spear was breaking inch by inch. Under the terrifying pressure of Yi Shiwen's fist, it was breaking inch by inch. Not to mention injuring Yi Shiwen, it could not even get close to him. And at this time, Yi Shiwen blasted out another punch. What made everyone feel strange was that although the speed was extremely fast, they could still see it clearly. They only saw Yi Shiwen's punch directly hit the chest of the king of the Jiuying Demon King. Everyone could even clearly see the scene of Yi Shiwen blasting into the chest of the king of the Jiuying Demon King. They saw his punch penetrate the chest of the king of the Jiuying Demon King, but they could not react at all. Boom! With just one punch, a king-level expert was directly killed on the spot. This method of Yi Shiwen's made everyone tremble in fear. At this time, everyone's hearts were filled with incomparable fear, not to mention the matter of King Taizong. Even if it was not, it did not matter at all. With Yi Shiwen around, perhaps no one would dare to find trouble with him. At this time, even Hai Wuya, who was incomparably arrogant and thought that he did not need to take Yi Shiwen seriously, could not help but become serious at this time. At this time, he seemed to be able to see that Yi Shiwen was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Even the sky seemed to have been penetrated by Yi Shiwen's punch. And the middle-aged king of the Jiuying Demon King finally seemed to realize that something was wrong. Even if it was the hatred of his country, it was not more important than his own life at this time. After forcing Yi Fan away, he fled into the distance. But how could his speed compare to Yi Shiwen's? Yi Shiwen instantly attacked, and his figure disappeared like a ball of flame. When he reappeared, he was already behind the middle-aged king of the Jiuying Demon King and directly slapped down. Countless flames instantly spread on his palm. The Nanming mythical fire instantly burned his entire body and directly burned the king-level expert to death. The Nanming mythical fire was the special skill of the Phoenix clan in the ancient Phoenix realm. Naturally, there was no need to mention how powerful it was. Previously, it had encountered a monster like Yi Shiwen who was not afraid of fire. Otherwise, it could be said that even gods and Buddhas would be killed. If it was said that Yi Shiwen could barely use the Nanming mythical fire 100 years ago, then the current Yi Shiwen could use the Nanming mythical fire easily. After hundreds of years of nirvana, he had already practiced the Phoenix regeneration technique to an incomparably profound level. Part of his body had also been transformed into a part of the Phoenix clan. Therefore, when Yi Shiwen used the Nanming mythical fire, it was not like before, where he could only use it reluctantly. Instead, it was almost like he could use it as his own magical power. It could be said that he could use it very freely. The ancient Phoenix realm's emissary, who was hidden among the crowd of king-level experts, couldn't help but jump when he saw Yi Shiwen's Nanming mythical fire. He wasn't the emissary of the ancient Phoenix realm from 100 years ago. That emissary had suffered serious injuries in the battle with the Abyss Devil Lord and hadn't recovered yet. This emissary was a middle-aged king-level expert. In fact, he was even more powerful than that old man. An inexplicable look flashed in his eyes when he saw Yi Shiwen freely using the Nanming mythical fire. If it was someone else who dared to use the Phoenix clan's Nanming mythical fire, he naturally wouldn't let them off easily. However, Yi Shiwen's strength was so strong that even he didn't have the confidence to deal with him. Yi Shiwen had dealt with 3 king-level experts in the blink of an eye. There was an inexplicable look on his face in everyone's eyes. It was a kind of overwhelming aura. He had single-handedly dealt with 3 king-level experts. Moreover, it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength. What kind of terrifying fighting strength was this? He was alone, but he had the tyrannical aura of a magnificent army when looked from afar. His figure was still thin, but no one dared to look down on Yi Shiwen at this time. Nine-headed fierce beast king, it's your turn next. Yi Shiwen looked at the nine-headed fierce beast king and said faintly, "The nine-headed fierce beast clan will be erased from the world today." Chapter 1750. Yi Shiwen's strength was even stronger than before. If it was before, everyone would think that Yi Shiwen might not be able to do it and was bluffing. But now no one thought so anymore. He did have the qualifications and confidence to kill 3 kings in a row. At this time, the nine-headed Demon King could no longer say anything tough. He knew that there was no way to be kind today. He immediately shouted, "Yi Shiwen, this myriad clan convention is held for the peace of the continent. Are you trying to destroy the peace of the continent and provoke the various clans?" The nine-headed Demon King put the hat of destroying the peace of the continent on Yi Shiwen in one breath. The masters of the various clans also looked at Yi Shiwen with some worry. After all, they had attacked the human clan before. If Yi Shiwen really wanted to settle the score, what could they do? So, they would rather risk huge losses and join hands to kill Yi Shiwen. Hundreds of king-ranked experts were going to attack Yi Shiwen. So, it would be useless even if Yi Shiwen was powerful. After all, there was only a dead end in front of them. Don't sow discord. Today, I'm only here to kill you remnants. Yi Shiwen's heart was clear. He was very clear about the nine-headed Demon King's purpose. How could he let him succeed? If he really wanted to settle the score, then all clans would be guilty, and no one would be able to escape. But at the same time, the human clan would also become the target of public criticism. In that case, it was tantamount to a disaster for the current human clan. After all, others might not know, but how could he not know? King Taitsong had passed away, and he passed away in front of him. He knew clearly that the current human clan did not have King Taitsong. If King Taitsong was still alive, So what if he went against the other clans? If the king's stage masters were to collectively commit suicide to atone for their sins, would they dare to disobey? It was just that without King Song's backing, it was impossible to make these enemies for the human clan. If the human clan wanted to establish a foothold in the ancient barrens, these people would inevitably have to deal with them. He also did not want the human clan to be isolated from other organizations. Many people were relieved when they heard Yi Shiwen's words. If Yi Shiwen really wanted to blame them for hitting him when he was down during this period of time, even they would have a headache. Yi Shiwen's words now meant that he didn't want to let it go. They didn't know why, but they felt relieved in their hearts. They had originally thought that they didn't need to worry about the human race. However, they were now nervous. Yi Shiwen had said that he wouldn't look into this matter, and that was enough to make them feel relieved. Yi Fan hadn't been able to do it before, but Yi Shiwen had done it. Even though it was just one more person, it was enough to make the other races feel fear. If they wanted to get rid of the human race now, they would really be breaking their own teeth. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally made his move. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly slashed towards the Jiuying Demon King. The sword aura was like a long river traversing the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void was completely boiling. The laws of swordsmanship were all revealed. At this time, young Kuin Peng quickly dodged and protested to Yi Shiwen. It seemed like he was protesting. Yi Shiwen didn't even say anything and attacked directly. At this time, the Jiuying Demon King, who had finally extricated himself from the battle with young Kuin Peng, could finally attack calmly. He pointed his long spear, and suddenly the sky disappeared. It was as if the entire sky was filled with a shocking blade light. It was terrifying, and it swept across, causing the sky to tremble. Dang! Everyone only heard a loud noise, and the sky trembled. Above the sky, countless clouds were directly shattered and scattered by the shock waves. Waves of qi spread out, but the two seemed to never know the meaning of fatigue and once again attacked. The first to attack was Yi Shiwen. This time he did not move an inch in the fierce collision, but the Jiuying Demon King was forced to retreat a few steps before he could barely stop his body. After 100 years, they had met again. However, the situation was completely different from 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Yi Shiwen couldn't even withstand a single move of his. Yi Shiwen had been seriously injured by a single spear attack. Yi Shiwen had been seriously injured. But now, Yi Shiwen was able to fight with him in a spectacular manner. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was even steadily gaining the upper hand. Perhaps it was the so-called Wheel of Fortune. This year it was my turn. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change, and he attacked directly. The long sword pierced through the sky, like a big bell ringing in the sky. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change much. It was abnormally cold and dignified. The Jiuying Demon King was more tyrannical than Yi Shiwen had imagined, even more tyrannical than the North Mountain clan chief. This was something he couldn't detect 100 years ago. 100 years ago, those masters of the King Division chased him, and any one of them could kill him. For him, the strength of these people didn't have any direct meaning. But now everything was different. He had also entered the King Division, and everything was different. Yi Shiwen's long sword pierced through the sky, and sword light filled the void, instantly enveloping the Jiuying Demon King. And at this moment, the Jiuying Demon King suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out. On the long spear in his hand, there was a faint roar of a monster, and it turned into a piece of mysterious law talisman, directly manifesting. Immediately afterward, he spread his big sleeves and flew out. The long spear pierced through the air and met Yi Shiwen's long sword. Boom! A terrible collision sound was earth-shattering, as if the world was about to be shattered. But the offensive of both sides didn't stop, and they continued to attack each other. So strong, as expected of the Jiuying Demon King. Although Yi Shiwen is very tyrannical, the Jiuying Demon King isn't the slightest bit inferior, and is actually not at a disadvantage at all. Someone exclaimed. The dreadfulness of the fight between the two was far beyond their imagination. Even the King Division experts were staring at the two of them. A fight of this level was very beneficial for the King Division experts like them. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Dang. 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 In the void, the two of them did not know whether they had fought thousands of times or tens of thousands of times. The speed at which the two of them fought was too fast, so fast that the spectators were dazzled. They were unable to see clearly what was happening. The two of them were like two deities clashing continuously in the void. Powerful light kept bursting out, wanting to completely overwhelm the other party. Everyone was naturally shocked. Even among the masters of the King Division present, the Joeying Demon King's tyrannical strength was ranked among the top, and it was shocking in all directions. Otherwise, how could the Joeying Demon King be qualified to be ranked above and be admired by everyone when the Joeying demon race had suffered such heavy losses? But at this time he met an opponent, and this opponent was Yi Shiwen, who they did not take seriously more than 100 years ago. Especially more than 100 years ago. Some of the masters present had also chased after Yi Shiwen, but they did not expect that the ant that they did not take seriously 100 years ago would actually be on equal footing with them 100 years later. No, even above most of them. You are very strong, but unfortunately, your cultivation is still shallow. If you are allowed to cultivate for a few hundred years, maybe I will not be your opponent. The Joeying Demon King said coldly and directly strode forward. As he spoke, the long spear in his hand did not stop for a moment and directly pierced the void, a huge phantom of the Joeying, directly making the sky surrender to this terrible, fierce beast. He had borrowed the power of his ancestor to compete with Yi Shiwen. There is no need for a few hundred years. I can kill you now. Yi Shiwen's voice was very calm, without the slightest fluctuation, as if he was saying something that had already been confirmed. In an instant, the long sword in his hand slashed out, and in an instant, the law of swordsmanship was fully manifested, incomparably terrifying. The blazing sword directly shrouded the Joeying Demon King, like a mountain pressing down, and each sword was stronger than the previous one. Dang! 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 Every strike of Yi Shiwen's sword was blocked by the Joeying Demon King. But even so, the Joeying Demon King could feel that Yi Shiwen's sword was getting heavier and heavier. It was as if every strike was a little heavier than before. Even if it was just a little heavier, it was still a very scary thing for him. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back. It's time to end this. I have not done anything yet. Yi Shiwen's cold voice sounded. What? How is this possible? The Joeying Demon King was shocked. If Yi Shiwen had not done anything yet, then all his previous plans were a joke. I was just testing you before. Unfortunately, compared to 100 years ago, you seem to have not improved much, but compared to 100 years ago, I have undergone earth-shattering changes. Now, I will show you how much I have changed in the past 100 years. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly, and with a loud shout, the sword light was like a peerless divine light, piercing through the sky, as if piercing through the universe, directly blasting the body of the Joeying Demon King. Pum! The nine-headed, fierce Beast Demon King didn't even have time to react before he was blasted away. The sword light tore a huge wound on his body. If it weren't for the help of those defensive celestial treasures, he would have been killed by the sword light. But even so, he was still severely injured. The Joeying Demon King retreated continuously, and his body was like a kite with a broken string in the void, constantly staggering backward. But Yi Shiwen had no intention of letting him go, and took a step forward, and a sword light tore through the void. Uft! A flower of blood bloomed. Chapter 1751. The scene was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone held their breath as if they felt something unbelievable. 4 king-ranked experts had been wiped out in an instant. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. Just one person could make a name for himself. You're strong, but do you think it's useful? Just the two of you. What qualifications do you have to be on equal footing with us? Hai Wuya broke free from Yi Wudi's surveillance, took a step forward and said coldly. Others might be shocked by Yi Shiwen, but he wouldn't. He was extremely proud. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't shake his confidence. Two people? I alone am enough. Yi Shiwen said. Whoever is not convinced can come down. I'd like to see if the human clan is qualified to participate in this meeting of thousands of clans. Yi Shiwen stared at Hai Wuya coldly and ruthlessly. The person he was talking about was Hai Wuya. Do you still not understand the situation? Unless King Taizong comes back to life, it's impossible for you to have the qualifications to be on equal footing with us. Giving you the qualifications to participate is already a special kindness. Not to mention you want to be on equal footing with the overlords. What right do you have? Hai Wuya said lightly. Yi Shiwen's eyes were full of contempt. Although he was very strong, no matter how strong he was only one person. What right did he have to be on equal footing with them? Most importantly, with your injured body, you actually want to fight with me? Hai Wuya said a shocking fact, indifferently. What? Yi Shiwen is injured? How is this possible? Impossible, I don't believe it. How is this possible? How can an injured person be so strong? No one believed that Yi Shiwen was injured at all. If an injured person was so strong, then it was undoubtedly a great irony for them. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen's face again. He didn't seem to have any intention to deny it at all. It seemed that he had tacitly agreed that he was injured. The surprise in their eyes was even more intense. Naturally, they were very clear about the huge gap between the injured state and the peak state. For many people, it was impossible to defeat any one of these four people even if they were in their peak state. However, Yi Shiwen had done it in a situation where he was seriously injured. Everyone understood what this meant for them. This also meant that Yi Shiwen's dreadfulness was far beyond their imagination. Everyone's fear of Yi Shiwen gradually began to manifest in their hearts. I alone am enough, Yi Shiwen faintly said. He stood in front of many experts of the human race like a mountain. Yi Shiwen was surrounded by many king-level experts. It felt as if they wanted to eradicate him while he was seriously injured. In any case, there were people from all races who were unwilling to see the rise of humans. The Jiuying Demon King and the North Mountain Clan Chief were just the first wave. At this moment, under the lead of Hai Wuya, all of them surrounded Lin Fan. Can't we sit down and talk? Isn't the myriad clans meeting held today to resist the invasion of the devil race? Yi Fan said, Are we going to break out into internal strife and let the devil race laugh at us? The people of the human race couldn't help but feel that the future was bleak. There were hundreds of king-level experts present, and most of them were not friendly to the human race. They even had a strong hostility. No one hoped that the human race would have a chance to rise again. If they were asked to be the first to take the lead, they might not have the courage to do so. However, they definitely dared to follow the wind and attack from behind. Now that Hai Wuya was personally taking action, if anything were to happen, Hai Wuya would also bear the brunt. As I said, this is your human race trying to obtain status and things that don't belong to you at all. Hai Wuya took a step forward, and the blazing light splashed out under his feet, turning into a burst of blue waves that swept out. Since you have become a small clan, you should have the awareness of being a small clan. Don't you understand? Since you all have the intention to kill my human race, then it's useless to do so, Yi Shiwen said faintly. His tone was incomparably domineering, like a god of the Taigu Valley. The status of the human clan has never depended on charity. Instead, it depended on killing and killing. It is only after beating you up that we have the status we have today. Very good, you have a bit of backbone. Now the last dignity of the human race is entrusted to you. See if I don't completely break the backbone of your human race. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from the seats of the king-level experts. It was a man with a pair of crystal wings behind him, and he was extremely majestic. He had a tyrannical aura on his body, and it was stronger than the Jiuying Demon King. This is the patriarch of the crystal race. Some experts of the human race recognize the identity of this man. The crystal race is also ranked at the top among the top 10 royal clans of the 100 Clan Alliance. Most importantly, the crystal race and the North Mountain clan have been on very good terms since ancient times. The patriarch of the crystal race is also one of the strongest experts of the crystal race. Since ancient times, the lifespan of the crystal race has been extremely long, tens of thousands of years. It is said that the patriarch of the crystal race has cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Even the North Mountain clan leader, the Jiuying Demon King, and the others can only be regarded as juniors in front of him. Everyone took a deep breath. If it was when the human race was still in its heyday, it would naturally be nothing. However, the human race was no longer what it was in the past, and yet such an old antique had emerged. Just this expert alone was enough to suppress the current lineup of experts of the human race. A feeling of powerlessness rose in everyone's hearts. Yi Shiwen might be very strong, but his cultivation time was too short. He was not even a fraction of the crystal race patriarchs. For experts at the level of the King Division, if they had not advanced to a higher level, to a large extent, it depended on the depth of each other's cultivation. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Shiwen, who had only cultivated for a few hundred years, was naturally incomparable to the patriarch of the crystal race in this regard. You humans have always said this in a nice way. As soon as the voice fell, another old man walked out of the void. His demonic aura soared into the sky, and around his body, the demonic aura formed a huge one-legged bird. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. It was a Baifeng, Demon King Baifeng. There was another uproar among the human race. Another old guy had come out. The disadvantage of the human race's lifespan was completely revealed at this time. A lifespan of 10,000 years was long and endless for ordinary people. For the truly powerful warriors, no matter how much time they had, it was not enough. The further they went, the more time they needed to break through to the next realm. The long-lived demon race, some sea race, and some old antiques of the 100 Clan Alliance could even see the rise and fall of the human race for several generations. They watched him build a vermilion building, entertain guests, and collapse his building. In this regard, the human race could not compare at all, especially at this time when all the experts had died in battle. The disadvantage was even more obvious. Especially among the demon race, each of those ancient and noble races had secrets that ordinary people could not understand. Among them, the Baifeng was a very ancient and powerful race. He was different from the Demon King of Jiuying. The Demon King of Jiuying killed his father and took the opportunity when the older generation of the Demon King of Jiuying had passed away. A group of elders in the tribe had also been killed. Compared to the Demon King of Bifeng, who was already famous 10,000 years ago, he was still a far cry. Since the human race has declined, this is the will of the heavens. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to try to defy the heavens? At this time, a rumbling voice came from the sea race's King Division expert. It was a sturdy man with dark skin that was covered by a layer of fine scales. He walked over step by step with a majestic gait like a dragon or a tiger. Every step he took was like a gust of wind. With an incomparably powerful aura, he crushed towards the crowd. That is the leader of the Jiuying shark race, one of the overlords of the Endless Sea region. This time, he is one of the leaders of the massacre in the Eastern Sea region. I don't know how many human warriors and cultivators he has devoured. He is also a ruthless fellow with unfathomable strength, although it is said that he has not truly taken the step of transforming into a Jiuying. He is actually almost there. Someone from the human race said with a trembling voice. Seeing these three standing out, many people were in complete despair. Any one of these three was a terrifying existence that could compete with the leaders of the 4 royal clans of the human race. Compared to the leaders of the ordinary marquis clans, they were much more tyrannical. If there were strong and weak among the king division, then there was no doubt that they were the most tyrannical among them. The tough, Jewying demon king could only be considered one of the more tyrannical group. Compared to this extremely powerful group, there was obviously a big gap. It seemed that when Yi Shiwen easily defeated the Jewying demon king and the others, it had shocked everyone too much. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was not someone to be trifled with, even if he was seriously injured. Those ordinary king division experts, even if they wanted to kill the human race experts, did not dare to make a move. Not only because they were afraid of King Taitsong, who had not yet appeared, but most importantly, even if they made a move, they might not be Yi Shiwen's opponent. Not only the human race, but even the experts of various races were suddenly terrified. The prestige of these few people, even in the devil race, was a well-known existence. On the human race's side, besides Yi Shiwen, there was only Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan was not the weakest. He could only be considered as an ordinary level. He was even weaker than the Jewying Demon King. How could he compete with these old monsters who had already stepped into the peak? No matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, wasn't he just one person? Everyone was in deep despair. Chapter 1752. Right now, the 3 major races that dominated the desolate era all sent experts to kill the human race. It was very clear that they wanted to kill the human race. These 3 experts hadn't even made a move yet. Just the terrifying aura they gave off was enough to make people feel a chill down their spines. And the person these 3 were going to deal with was Yi Shiwen. It wasn't just these 3 experts. What made countless people even more worried was the attitude of the 3 races that they represented. The 3 races obviously didn't want the human race to have a chance to rise again. These 3 people were just representatives of the 3 races. They didn't plan to let the human race live at all. Perhaps not everyone wanted to wipe out the human race, but no one would just watch the human race rise again. Yi Shiwen of the human race was the only one who could face these 3 top-notch experts. Could he withstand them? Even though he had shown off his invincible might just now, there weren't many people who still thought highly of him. Even if they had confidence in him, they didn't have much confidence after seeing these 3 people. Not to mention, there was also Hai Wuya, who was equally unfathomable. Anything else? Yi Shiwen didn't seem to notice the 3 people chasing and intercepting him. He only asked indifferently, "Just the 3 of us are enough to flatten you." The leader of the WYRM shark race said coldly. He had full confidence in his own combat strength. Even if he was facing Yi Shiwen, who had just slaughtered for Peak Heaven Realm experts, he still didn't fear him at all. He believed that he alone was enough. Any one of them was enough to defeat Yi Shiwen. Moreover, the 3 of them were attacking together. It was just to show the attitude of the 3 races. You are indeed extraordinary. It isn't easy for someone like you to appear in the human race. The leader of the crystal race said, "It's a pity that you were born in the wrong era. If you were born in the glorious era of the human race, it wouldn't be impossible for you to be a king. It's a pity that there's no room for such an expert to exist now." Everyone was stunned. No one expected the leader of the crystal race to have such a high evaluation of Yi Shiwen. A king. For the races on the continent, a king could be said to be a supreme goal. Eternal people might not be a king, but a king meant eternal life. This was an ironclad rule. Even with the human race's countless years of history, they had only produced a few monarchs. From this, it could be seen what the title of monarch meant to the various races of the continent. It was simply a supreme honor. Even the most arrogant person wouldn't dare to say that they had the ability to be conferred the title of king. What the leader of the crystal race had said was clearly the highest praise. However, everyone thought that this evaluation might be a little exaggerated, but he definitely had the confidence to say it. His appearance could be said to have given the human race a shot in the arm at the most crucial moment. He had saved the human race from the danger of extinction. Back then, the Joeyan clan and the Northern Mountains clan were the most ferocious, wanting to annihilate the human race. But in the end, they were exterminated, and all of this was done by this young man. If that was the case, then the evaluation of Yi Shiwen might not be too inaccurate. You have just stepped into the king rank not long ago, but your combat power and foundation are so deep that it's unbelievable. I have lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen it, said the Bai Fong Demon King. Everyone gasped again. It was fine if it was just the leader of the crystal race, but even the Bai Fong Demon King said so. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Was Yi Shiwen really so tyrannical that even Bai Fong Demon King praised him like this? It's a pity that you shouldn't have come, said the Bai Fong Demon King with some pity. I had no choice, said Yi Shiwen faintly, but you have a choice. It's a pity that you still appeared. You know you can't do it, but you still do it. You really have great courage. Unfortunately, in this world, great courage is not enough, said the Bai Fong Demon King. It's not that I have great courage, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. What do you want today for you to sit down and talk? As long as you can survive after the three of us attack, then I will accept it and give the human race a position. At this time, the leader of the flood shark race spoke. As long as you can show that you have the strength to be on equal footing with us. Yes, in this world, the weak are prey to the strong. I think you also understand very well. In any case, the human race has occupied too many places, but you don't have the ability to defend them. This in itself is also a kind of sin. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth, said the leader of the crystal race. Yi Shiwen looked at the three of them and said, Then let's do it. As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, his figure had disappeared into the void. When he appeared again, he instantly appeared in front of the Bai Fong Demon King. His speed was extremely fast, like a golden lightning. He flew out in an instant. So fast! Everyone was shocked by Yi Shiwen's speed. Even many masters of the King Division couldn't catch Yi Shiwen's figure at all. Has he really been severely injured? Why does it feel so terrifying? Many people had endless doubts in their hearts. Even the people of the human race were the same. They couldn't believe it. Does this look like he is seriously injured? Even when they were at their peak, they didn't have such an ability. It was simply unbelievable. This speed is very good, but if you want to beat me, you still have a long way to go. I am not an old and soft persimmon like you think I am, said the Bai Fong Demon King with a sneer. In his eyes, a sharp light flashed in an instant. Then he instantly attacked. His skinny palm turned into a sharp claw in the void and directly grabbed towards Yi Shiwen on the spot. It directly penetrated the void, and its speed was a bit faster than Yi Shiwen's. It directly grabbed Yi Shiwen's mind. Swish! When the sharp claw was about to grab Yi Shiwen's figure directly disappeared in the void and turned into a ball of light. His sharp claw penetrated through this ball of golden light. It was almost like the power of a god was boiling. This old king was really terrifying. Even though he was old, he had not yet entered the angel decay stage 5. His strength was still at its peak. He was completely different from the old king of the Joeyan clan, who was killed by the Joeyan Demon King. When Yi Shiwen appeared again, he had already appeared behind the Bai Fong Demon King. His figure flickered and had already penetrated the void. Yi Shiwen was slightly shocked. Sure enough, the Bai Fong Demon King was obviously much stronger than the Joeyan Demon King. The two were simply not on the same level. If the Joeyan Demon King was not enough to make him use all his strength, then the Bai Fong Demon King could really threaten his life. He had terrifying strength that made people extremely terrified. Just stop right here. Just when Yi Shiwen wanted to continue attacking, suddenly the cold voice of the Crystal Clan Patriarch came from behind him. Then Yi Shiwen felt a terrifying evil wind coming from behind him. Almost without any hesitation, the pair of demon wings behind him directly spread out and protected himself. Dang! There was a loud bang, and a dreadful power bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen, who was like a god a moment ago, was sent flying. His blood and qi were tumbling inside his body, and it seemed as if he might lose control at any time and directly spurt out. Yi Shiwen had just come back to his senses when he saw a huge fist descending from the sky, directly blasting towards him. Yi Shiwen hurriedly raised his hands to block. Bang! With a loud bang, the terrifying force actually shook him a few steps back in the void. There was a bit of shock in his eyes. The person who attacked him just now was the patriarch of the Jiao Shark clan. It was said that the Jiao Shark clan was the descendant of the Jiao dragon and the overlord of the deep sea, the giant shark. Either one of them could be said to be extremely tyrannical, not to mention the combination of these two, so his physical body could be said to be tyrannical and terrifying. Even though he was careless and had been sent flying, he was still able to see the full extent of his strength in the beginning of the exchange. Although he had been careless and had been sent flying, but no matter how careless he was, there were only a few people who had such an ability. In contrast to Yi Shiwen's surprise, the patriarch of the Jiao Shark clan was completely shocked. He was very clear about his own strength. Even if he only relied on the strength of his physical body, he could smash the mountains. Although he only had the bloodline of the Jiao dragon and the giant shark, the most different thing about him was that he had stimulated the bloodline of the real dragon and had even begun to change his blood. In the future, he might really transform into a real dragon, like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, and become one of the most noble creatures in this world. No matter from which aspect, the bloodline of the real dragon was much more tyrannical than the bloodline of the Jiao Shark clan. He had stimulated the bloodline of the real dragon, and in addition to his own profound cultivation, he even dared to say that he would even dare to fight against a real dragon of the same realm. However, he did not expect that he would only be able to push Yi Shiwen back a few steps. Moreover, it was under the situation of a sneak attack and even under the situation where he was seriously injured. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was in a rather difficult situation under the joint attack of the three, Hai Wuya, who originally wanted to attack, stopped. With his pride, he disdained to do such a thing. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Wudi had already used his divine thoughts to lock on him. The warning was very obvious. Although he was not afraid of Yi Wudi, if they really fought, the outcome would probably not be determined in a short time. In that case, it would be of no help to the overall situation. So he did not go out. Others might not understand, but he could clearly see that Yi Shiwen had definitely suffered serious injuries. He wanted to see how long Yi Shiwen could persist under the situation of serious injuries, and whether he could continue to persist. Chapter 1753. Hai Wuya was watching with great interest, but the other experts were drenched in cold sweat. From the moment Yi Shiwen made his move, the entire battlefield was already filled with endless murderous intentions. Both sides had already fought to the sky, and endless divine rays were constantly splashing in the void. Especially the people of the human clan. When they looked at the four people in the battle, they were completely covered in cold sweat. Yi Shiwen was indeed very strong, but it was impossible for him to resist thousands of troops. Just the attacks of these three people had already put Yi Shiwen in a rather difficult situation. He is really good. Among the human clan, I am afraid that he is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. It is a pity that such a character has fallen at this time. However, even so, this will become your grave. The Old Demon King, by Fong, said coldly. He suddenly made a move in the void. His body flashed with a cold light and turned into a huge, ferocious bird in the void. The strong bird claw slashed down from the void. This bird claw directly tore the void in the air, and chaos leaked down from the sky, highlighting its horror. Yi Shiwen's speed wasn't slow at all. He directly blasted his fist forward, and fiercely collided with that bird's claw without giving in at all. Dang! There was a loud noise like a huge sound of metal colliding. It suddenly shook thousands of miles, and the sound waves swept out in circles. Because Bai Feng only had one foot, all the power of the whole body was concentrated on this foot, and it looked even more terrifying. The strength of both sides was equally matched, and Yi Shiwen did not give way at all. He was extremely strong. At this time, the Crystal Clan patriarch finally made his move again. The pair of crystal wings behind him flapped, and in the void, countless crystals were fanned out. The domain instantly swept out, as if it wanted to turn the world into a world of crystals. Suddenly, many long swords appeared in this endless crystal. These swords were cast from this crystal and were incomparably sharp. They instantly swept towards Yi Shiwen's direction. They were like tree spirits that pierced through the void and slashed towards Yi Shiwen's direction. His movements were too fast, although he was not as fast as old Demon King Bai Feng's movement speed. The speed of his attacks was still above him. Countless swords bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen also refused to give way at all. In his body, countless sword auras were constantly spewing out, condensing into long swords in the void, and rushed forward. His whole body was like a hedgehog, constantly spewing powerful sword auras to protect him. Dang! 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 Loud clashing sounds were incessant, and sparks were splashing everywhere. Countless sword principles collided, as if they were competing with each other's understanding of sword principles. It actually blocked the attack of the Crystal Clan patriarch. And at this time, the chief of the WYRM Shark clan on the other side had already arrived, riding on the wind and waves. He stepped on huge waves that covered the sky and pounced towards Yi Shiwen. He punched out, forming a huge waterspout that shook the heavens. At this time, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all, and he directly shouted, "Come on!" He clenched his fists, and he actually gave up on the other two and chased after the Dragon Shark clan patriarch. His fists were like two huge universes, and there were countless stars being born and destroyed in them. His fighting style was too domineering, and it was simply a fighting style where one would die or the other would die. It was completely different from the first impression that everyone had of him, and it was also completely different from his slender figure. It was simply like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Everyone exclaimed. Yi Shiwen's fist momentum was too dazzling, and it seemed as if it had pierced through the sky in an instant. Bang! Finally, Yi Shiwen's fist collided with the Dragon Shark clan patriarch's fist fiercely. Two experts who were also good at physical strength finally collided fiercely. Thump, thump, thump. Both sides took a few steps back, and it was actually difficult to determine the winner. However, unlike the Dragon Shark clan patriarch, the Dragon Shark clan patriarch only took a few steps back, and then he completely regained control of his body, while Yi Shiwen's body was constantly swaying in the void. Most importantly, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He actually vomited blood. It flowed down from the corner of his mouth and was instantly absorbed by his skin. Everyone was shocked. It was clearly a draw, but the result was that Yi Shiwen ended up vomiting blood. At this time, many people remembered that Hai Wuya had previously said that Yi Shiwen was already seriously injured. It was just that when everyone saw Yi Shiwen's divine and invincible appearance just now, they didn't believe it. However, at this time they all believed it. If Yi Shiwen wasn't seriously injured, how could he possibly be injured in a draw? But even so, everyone was shocked by the strength of these two people. Everyone knew that the Dragon Shark clan patriarch's strength was tyrannical, and it could be said that he looked down on the entire ancient wilderness. However, Yi Shiwen was able to fight with him to this extent. With his age, it could be said to be shocking. Therefore, the Bai Feng Laowang actually said that Yi Shiwen had the ability to be conferred the title of king. If he was allowed to continue to grow, this was not impossible. Whoosh! And while everyone was still in shock, the Crystal Race Patriarch's attack had already arrived. A crystal long sword appeared in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant, and the sharp sword light directly blew Yi Shiwen's hair, causing it to flutter. Soon after, the leader of the crystal race, emerged from the void. So fast. Although the Bai Fong Lao Wang's movement speed was the best, no one was faster than the crystal race patriarch's attack speed. In a situation where everyone was in shock and didn't notice, he had already attacked. At this time, many people's hearts were incomparably complicated. Although they wanted to see Shiwen fight 1 against 3 and rise to the ancient wilderness, at the same time, many foreign races also didn't want to see the human race have the opportunity to rise again. With such completely complicated feelings, everyone exclaimed out loud. Just when this longsword was about to penetrate Yi Shiwen's head, they saw Yi Shiwen directly raise his hand and directly meet the piercing longsword with his palm. Clang! With a sound of metal colliding, the crystal longsword instantly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen, less than 3 inches away. It could be said that in a split second, Yi Shiwen's head would be penetrated. Countless laws turned into a violent wind that swept out, but it was still completely blocked by Yi Shiwen's palm. There was no way for him to advance. Crack! 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 With a crisp sound, in front of everyone's surprised eyes, the crystal longsword actually shattered. There was incomparable horror in the crystal race patriarch's eyes. His crystal longsword was formed by the magical power of the crystal race, and it was a unique ability of the crystal race. Although it was formed by the magical power of the crystal race, in fact, it was not inferior to those divine weapons. In the end, it had completely collapsed in front of him. Yi Shiwen's physical body was really tyrannical and terrifying. Even the chief of the WYRM Shark clan wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Although his strength was also tyrannical, and he could blast the chaos apart with a single punch, it wasn't necessarily the case that powerful strength and unparalleled defense would appear together. Who knew that it would actually appear on Yi Shiwen's body? Clang! Yi Shiwen grasped the void with his left hand, and an endless amount of sword energy, mixed with spirit energy, took shape in his hand. It condensed into a long sword, and this long sword burst into an astonishing sword light in his hand. Then he flung it towards the crystal race's patriarch at lightning speed. At this time, the crystal race patriarch didn't take it head-on. He wasn't like Yi Shiwen, who had a tyrannical and invincible physical body. He directly took a few steps, and his figure directly appeared tens of thousands of meters away. He was extremely fast, and he wasn't engulfed by Yi Shiwen's sword aura. Everyone was scared, especially the human warriors, who even let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Shiwen was their hope and also their only hope. Yi Shiwen came in person and killed their last hope. But for the human race, if he also fell, it would be tantamount to the despair of the imperial court being breached, and he was the only person they could rely on. You are very good, a little stronger than I imagined, but this is useless. You are already seriously injured, and it is impossible for you to be a match for us, said the crystal race patriarch coldly. For them, if they couldn't even take down a seriously injured person, it would be a great irony. He didn't even think about this problem from the beginning. It was nothing more than how much strength he exerted, and how much strength he was willing to exert. It's useless to say all this. If you have the ability, come and take my life. Yi Shiwen sneered, and he didn't stop at the slightest. The sword light in his hand became even more blazing, and instantly slashed through the vast sky. The chaos was cut open, and the laws appeared in front of everyone one by one, extremely clear. At this time, he took the initiative to attack the crystal race patriarch. The sword light in the void turned into a waterfall and went straight to the crystal race patriarch. The moment Yi Shiwen made his move, he had already retracted his long sword and slashed behind him. In the void, the figure of an old man appeared. It was the Bai Fong Lao Wang. In that instant, he had already made his move. His sneak attack almost succeeded, but Yi Shiwen still managed to react in time. Clang! A terrible collision sound was heard, and endless airwaves overturned the sky. An even more terrible battle took place, and each of the four people could be called a peak king, and their attacks were ruthless. Chapter 1754. This was a fierce fight. Any one of these four people had the ability to subvert the world. They could be regarded as the top figures in the world. Their casual attacks had the power to destroy the world. In the blink of an eye, both sides had exchanged over 1,000 moves. The battle in the void was getting more and more intense. Both sides could be said to be the top figures of the ancient desolate era. Every single move they made contained the laws of heaven and earth. The void was filled with cracks, and it was extremely terrifying. This was a battle that belonged to the king. Their understanding of the world's laws had reached a very terrifying level, far beyond everyone's imagination. So scary. These people are so scary. I'm afraid it's difficult to find someone who can suppress any one of them in the same realm. All the king-grade experts present let out such a cry of surprise. Only they could have such a deep understanding of these four people who were also at the king level, because the warriors below the king level could barely see that they were stronger than the ordinary king level experts. Moreover, they were much stronger. However, there was no specific statement as to how strong they were, but they could see it very clearly. Because they would compare their own strength, they could easily come to the conclusion that there seemed to be a huge gap between them and these four people. The old demon king by Fong is really scary. He deserves to be the king among the king-level experts. There are few opponents in the world. The Crystal Race's patriarch is not the slightest bit inferior. His casual attack seems to be able to penetrate the world. The WYRM Shark Race's patriarch's fist strength is unparalleled. It's even stronger than many years ago. During this time, I don't know how many human experts he has devoured. His strength has greatly increased. He can actually stand shoulder to shoulder with the old Demon King by Fong and the others. Everyone was extremely amazed. If they were in the same situation, it would be impossible for them to fight to this extent. It would be difficult for them to even block a single attack from one of them. However, what surprised everyone even more was that Yi Shiwen was actually able to withstand the attacks of these three terrifying experts. This Yi Shiwen is really scary. He is facing three such top experts in a row. Anyone else would be dead, but he can forcibly resist. No wonder even the old Demon King by Fong said that he might have the opportunity to be a king. It's a pity that he was born in the wrong era. You are very strong beyond my expectations, but that's all there is to it. The leader of the Crystal Race looked at him coldly. The crystal longsword in his hand looked like it was made of ice crystals. It shone with a terrifying light, as if there was a terrifying power about to attack. Clang! The sword light shattered the sky, and an even more tragic battle broke out. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen by himself, while the other two on the other side slowed down their offensive and began to focus on assisting the Crystal Race Patriarch. Everything would be enough as long as they could kill Yi Shiwen today. It wasn't limited to who would kill Yi Shiwen. The reason why they let go of such an opportunity was precisely because Yi Shiwen looked like he was on the verge of death, and blood was flowing out of the corners of his mouth uncontrollably. It's time to end it. The leader of the Crystal Race shouted, and the long sword in his hand hummed. A world of crystal instantly swept out in all directions. He had unleashed his domain in an instant. There were countless masters since ancient times, and there were also many kings. However, among the kings who could reach this stage, there were only a handful of them among the same generation. Facing the Crystal Race Patriarch, Yi Shiwen's range of movements also increased. The angel's sword in his hand made a clanging sound, which resounded through the sky. It turned into a sky full of sword light, sweeping everything in its path. Although blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth, the movements of his hands did not slow down at all. His mind was stabilized by the Mingxin ancient tree, but his face was surprisingly calm. Whoosh! 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 Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. Although it was the leader of the crystal race who launched the attack first, Yi Shiwen seized the initiative and launched the first attack. Yi Shiwen's sword light instantly broke through the sky and directly pierced the body of the crystal race patriarch. Bang! The crystal race patriarch screamed, and his body was directly sent flying. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the crystal race patriarch was so weak? He was directly injured by Yi Shiwen. Is the crystal race patriarch going to be defeated? Everyone was stunned. They could only see the body of the crystal race patriarch flying horizontally, like a kite with a broken string. Yi Shiwen was about to attack again, but he was stopped by the dragon shark race patriarch and the old demon king by Fong. These two were also top experts, who were not easy to deal with. And just when everyone thought that the crystal race patriarch was about to die, they saw him slowly climbing up in the void. At this moment, the crowd finally saw pieces of crystals shattering from within his torn clothes. It was also these crystals that blocked Yi Shiwen's sword light and saved him once. And this was the magical power of the crystal race, almost an innate ability. It was said that when the crystal race was born, they were completely in the appearance of a crystal, like a crystal person. But as they slowly grew up, they slowly refined the crystal pieces on their body and evolved into a human form. But these crystals were not a trivial matter. They shrunk into the body, and at the most critical moment, they might be able to save their lives. His whole body was covered with a layer of crystals, and his whole body was shining. His long sword instantly pierced through the sky, and an astonishing sword light danced, bursting out countless sword principles and slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. His magical power had long been cultivated to a very terrifying level, and it also made his body like a diamond body, and his defense was unparalleled. The hearts of many human experts sank when they saw the scene. The patriarch of the crystal race was already so terrifying. It would be very difficult to fight against him, but he still had such a terrifying physical body. Didn't this mean that there was no need to fight anymore? They couldn't defeat him at all. Yi Shiwen's expression did not change in the slightest, but more and more blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, as if indicating that his injury was getting more and more serious. Any one of these three people could be called a formidable opponent, and the three of them together could be as terrifying as a god. Yi Shiwen being able to persist until now was already beyond everyone's imagination. You are stronger than I thought, but it's useless. You can't even hurt me, let alone you are seriously injured. The crystal race patriarch was extremely confident, and his voice was like a great bell. His sword tore the sky and directly slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. Many experts of the human race were on tenterhooks and did not dare to look, for fear that in the next second, Yi Shiwen would be cut in half together with his head. Yi Shiwen being able to persist until now was already beyond their expectations. But his injury seemed to be getting more and more serious, and they were unable to help Yi Shiwen in the situation of being besieged. Although they were extremely angry and hated these few big clans that wanted to besiege and kill the human race, they were powerless. Clang! Yi Shiwen did not seem to have the intention to surrender, and the long sword in his hand became more intense. The long sword pierced through the sky and fiercely collided with the crystal long sword of the crystal race patriarch. A shocking divine light storm was set off, sweeping in all directions. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back, as if he could not hold on any longer, and directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the crystal race patriarch did not seem to have the intention to let Yi Shiwen go. He directly leaped up and directly broke away from the protection of the other two people. The long sword in the void grew bigger and bigger, and it spun wildly, forming a sword aura tornado. It fell down towards Yi Shiwen like lightning. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen, who seemed to be beaten to the point of not being able to fight back, finally made a move. His eyes suddenly opened, and from his body, a shocking saber aura soared into the sky, suddenly shattered the vast sky, and directly slashed down towards the crystal race patriarch. Boom! His sword aura tornado was slashed into pieces on the spot. Wherever the saber aura passed, the void was slashed into two halves, and chaos poured out, and the laws were broken. The momentum of the saber aura did not decrease, and directly slashed towards the crystal race patriarch. Although the crystal race patriarch's reaction was very fast, in the face of the sudden saber aura, there was nothing he could do, or in other words, he did not have time to react, and he did not expect that the power would be so terrifying. Puff! His whole body was slashed, and the crystal defense that he was proud of completely collapsed in an instant, turning into smoke and dust. Then the saber aura directly slashed into his body, and with a bang sound, it directly turned into blood chi in the sky. He was directly slashed to death. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen actually had such a trump card. Yi Shiwen hadn't revealed it yet. Yi Shiwen had killed him with just one slash. He didn't even have time to react. Although he had been sneak attacked, he had never seen anyone who could kill him with a sneak attack. However, he had only seen it once in his life, and it had sent him to hell. Cough, cough, cough! Yi Shiwen's body trembled in the air. At this time, using the emergent's immortal exterminating saber was a serious burden on his body. Self-evident. But he had no other choice. He could only forcefully kill the crystal race patriarch. After entering the King Division, Yi Shiwen's strength had changed by leaps and bounds compared to before. But even so, this slash was already with his full strength. The opponent was a King Division master with invincible defense, and if he did not use his full strength, how could he be a match for him? One slash, just one slash. This was the effect that he wanted. The scene was silent, and everyone could only hear Yi Shiwen's coughing. But now, at this time, no one dared to underestimate this thin young man. Chapter 1755. This saber strike completely shocked everyone. The style of that slash. Although Yi Shiwen's attack was too fast, and everyone did not see the emergent's immortal exterminating saber in Yi Shiwen's hand, they could already judge that it was a peerless holy weapon. Otherwise, it would not have such power. However, it also shocked everyone even more. A king stage master was slashed into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. What kind of power was this? Not even his corpse was left behind. How could this be? How could this be? Someone muttered to himself. He couldn't believe it. In fact, even those king-ranked experts were on the alert. It wouldn't have been a big deal if Yi Shiwen was only an ordinary tyrannical expert. However, he had a powerful killing weapon that could kill them in seconds. This was tantamount to breaking the balance between them, and it had aroused everyone's hostility towards him. So strong. One slash, just one slash, and he actually killed a top master in the king stage. Unbelievable. If this is the case, who can control him in the future? At this time, although Yi Shiwen was still coughing in the sky as if he would stop breathing at any time, no one dared to underestimate him. For a tyrannical opponent who could kill them in seconds at any time and anywhere, it was not an exaggeration to think highly of him. Everyone was shocked. Yi Shiwen's trump card was too profound. Even they could not see through it at all. Although he was coughing blood, the smile on his face was even more brilliant. However, this did not dispel everyone's doubts. What exactly was he playing at? At this time, not to mention those people, even Haiwei was looking at Yi Shiwen in shock. The speed was too fast just now, so he did not see what kind of trump card it was. However, he understood one thing, and that was that this trump card of Yi Shiwen might even allow him to make a comeback. "I've underestimated you," Bai Feng Lao Wang said coldly. His tone was gloomy and murderous, but he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. "However, if I am not wrong, you should not be able to brandish such a saber aura all the time. I am afraid that you are forced to do so." Bai Feng Lao Wang's eyes were very sharp. He saw through Yi Shiwen's real situation almost instantly. He was very clear that it was impossible for Yi Shiwen to control that saber aura indefinitely. Otherwise, if he attacked from the beginning, even if he was not killed instantly, he would be severely injured. At that time, how could the three of them continue to fight? Yi Shiwen was forced into a dead end before he came out. Obviously, there must be some limitations to this ultimate technique that he had been hiding. He could see at a glance that Yi Shiwen's injuries had worsened. Yi Shiwen's face had begun to show a sickly flush, and his coughing had become more and more serious. As soon as he said this, many king-ranked experts looked at Yi Shiwen. They felt that this was indeed the case, and the fear they had for Yi Shiwen also disappeared a little. Yi Shiwen only smiled when he heard this. He coughed again and said, "How do you know that this is my full strength?" "Yi Shiwen, you don't have to try to scare us. It's useless. If you can still brandish saber aura, then go ahead and try," the WYRM Shark clan patriarch said confidently. It was as if he was sure that Yi Shiwen would definitely not continue to unleash that kind of saber technique. Yi Shiwen smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he slowly looked at the two of them. He stepped forward step by step. His elegant demeanor was still the same. It seemed as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, he gave off a majestic, mountain-like feeling in the void. These king-level experts from various clans were stunned. Perhaps they would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Yi Shiwen. Yi Fan looked at Yi Shiwen worriedly. From the looks of it, Yi Shiwen was definitely not unscathed. It could even be said that he was seriously injured. He could not imagine how long he could persist. Looking from afar, he seemed to be on the verge of death. "I'd like to see how long a dying person like you can persist," Hai Wuya said fiercely at this time. Yi Shiwen looked at Hai Wuya and said with a smile, "Come at me together if you want to know. It's just right. I can take care of you all at once. I've beheaded dragons and slaughtered phoenixes in my life, but I've never beheaded a genuine son of God. I want to see how powerful a genuine son of God is. You." Hai Wuya became furious. He was the son of a god. So he had been protected by many people ever since he had been born. Even the king-level experts had to treat him as an equal. However, this Yi Shiwen had dared to say that he wanted to kill a son of a god. This was simply a provocation to his dignity. However, this is the end. At this time, the Baifeng Laowang sneered and instantly launched an attack towards Yi Shiwen. In an instant, a huge bird appeared in the void. It continuously screeched in the void. Then it turned into a ball of light and went straight towards Yi Shiwen. The Baifeng Laowang's strength was incomparably high. His speed was too fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he swept away everything in his way and arrived in an instant. One of his bird claws instantly grabbed Yi Shiwen's head, intending to crush it. His family's body technique was undoubtedly very tyrannical. Even Yi Shiwen realized this. It was like a fierce bird that had escaped from its cage, got rid of the prohibition, and rushed out. It was invincible. And at this time Yi Shiwen, who looked sickly in the sky as if he could die at any time, finally moved. Disregarding the injuries on his body, he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Sword radiance splashed out from his hand, suppressing all directions, and instantly went towards the bird claw. Clang! Yi Shiwen finally managed to catch up with the bird's claw before it could crush his head, and directly chopped down with his sword. Thump, thump, thump. In such a contest of strength, he seemed to have fallen behind again. He directly retreated several steps and continuously coughed up blood. His green blood splattered in the sky. At this time, people finally believed that he was seriously injured now. His combat power was far from being comparable to his peak state. However, it also caused more people to speculate. Even so, he's already so powerful. If he's allowed to recover, his combat power will probably also be shockingly tyrannical. Even these few people might not be a match for him. That's right. It's too terrifying. I can't even imagine that someone's physical body can actually be tyrannical to such an extent. Many people were shocked by Yi Xuan's strength. TSK, TSK, why don't you strike again? Why don't you strike again? At this time, a fierce voice came from the void. The Jiao Shark clan's patriarch's fist turned into a dragon claw and blasted towards Yi Xuan. The fist energy that filled the sky directly suppressed the heavens and the earth, as if it could suppress everything. Bang! Yi Xuan didn't have enough time to dodge. Blood splashed out, and he was directly sent flying out. He spouted a mouthful of blood. Hong Zhong was a master of king level, so one could well imagine how dreadful it was to be attacked by him. He was also frightened by Yi Xuan just now. Now anger rose in his heart. Yi Xuan actually dared to scare him like this. The speed of the exchange between the two sides was too fast. Almost in an instant, everyone already saw Yi Xuan being blasted away. In particular, the people of the human clan were completely shocked and worried. He forcefully went on a punitive expedition in a situation where he was seriously injured. Now, his body finally couldn't take it anymore. The power of the Jiao Shark clan's patriarch's fist that could shatter a star was completely instilled into Yi Xuan's body. Why don't you slash again? At this time, the Jiao Shark clan's patriarch was furious. Even though he was thousands of miles away, the hostility on his body could still be felt. His fist blasted out stormy waves. It was simple and vigorous. It was as if the entire ocean had suddenly surged over, and it pounced towards Yi Xuan, who was blasted away. The strength to pick up mountains and the aura to conquer the world. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. However, at this time there was no other way. Yi Xuan. At this time, Yi Fan was anxious. He quickly took a step forward and wanted to rush forward to save Yi Xuan. In the end, he was firmly suppressed by Haiwia's aura. He couldn't go forward at all. Don't move. The show has just begun. Why are you so anxious? There was a bit of ridicule in his voice. Obviously, he didn't take Yi Xuan seriously at all. On the contrary, he was complacent because he saw Yi Xuan as a turtle in a jar. Then, I'll do as you wish. Another slash. Under this kind of crazy suppression, Yi Xuan finally broke out of his body. Endless rays of light splashed out of his body, and the surrounding Lingqi was instantly absorbed, turning into a blank area. And these Lingqi in the void turned into Daoqi and unceasingly condensed in the air. It was the emergence, immortal, exterminating saber. Damn, it's this saber again. However, don't think that I will be as unprepared as him. At this moment, the chief of the WYRM Shark clan reacted instantly. In fact, ever since Yi Xuan had used the emergence, immortal, exterminating saber, he had already been very vigilant against Yi Xuan. He had raised Yi Xuan's level of advancement to the highest level. Even when he was forcefully killing Yi Xuan like this, he still had a few tricks up his sleeves. On his big claw, 5 huge sharp claws suddenly grabbed over. This was the weapon he left behind when he transformed. He didn't need to rely on others at all. Just one claw was enough to tear the void apart. However, it was useless. Even if he was already prepared under such a rushed situation, he didn't have time to prepare at all. The saber directly slashed down on him on the spot. Puff! His body was like the previous crystal race patriarch. He didn't even have time to react before he was slashed in half. Then he turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air and disappeared without a trace, dissipating in the air. Chapter 1756. Yi Xuan stood in the void, and his green robe was fluttering in the strong wind. Specks of blood dissipated in the wind, and blood was flowing out of his mouth uncontrollably. One slash and another slash. When the WYRM Shark clan patriarch refused to believe that Yi Xuan could slash again, Yi Xuan did it, and completely subverted everyone's imagination. Everyone was even more terrified, and they didn't dare to imagine what kind of situation this was. He was like a bottomless abyss. Even if he was seriously injured, he couldn't be underestimated. This was because no one knew if this was his limit. When everyone thought that it was impossible for him to slash again, he slashed again. Although he looked even more ragged and battered now, as if he could die at any time, everyone was even more fearful of him. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change at all. He didn't care about the death of the WYRM Shark Clan patriarch, and he didn't care about the condition of his body. He was like a god of war, and there were only enemies in his eyes. He only cared about enemies that were still alive. Everything else wasn't within his scope of consideration. At this moment, Bai Fong Laowang's face was even more ashen. Right under his nose, Yi Shiwen attacked consecutively and killed 2 people in succession. Although he wasn't on friendly terms with Bai Fong Laowang, and they were even competitors most of the time, they were on the same side at this moment. It was just that they had suffered heavy casualties now. However, he could also see that Yi Shiwen's injuries had worsened. There was a hesitant look on his face. He didn't know whether he should continue or not. At this time, Yi Shiwen was seriously injured. Logically speaking, if he wanted to kill him, then this was the best opportunity. If he missed such an opportunity, then he didn't know when he would get another one. However, Yi Shiwen had beheaded 2 experts who could rival him in a row. This had shocked him greatly. Yi Shiwen's foundation might be deeper than he had imagined. He wasn't sure that Yi Shiwen had already reached his limit. It was impossible for him to make another slash. It would be terrible if Yi Shiwen made another slash. The patriarch of Crystal Race and the patriarch of Jiao Shark Race had been beheaded on the spot. If it was his turn, perhaps he wouldn't be any better. 2 times, 2 whole times. The Crystal Race patriarch and the Flood Shark Race patriarch were the same. They had been completely deceived by him. They had thought that he couldn't hold on any longer and had rushed forward to attack. Then they had fallen into Yi Shiwen's trap. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been killed so quickly. In the end, he had underestimated Yi Shiwen too much. That was why he had gotten himself killed today. What are you waiting for? Can't you see? He's recovering. What are you going to do if he recovers? You've already offended him to this extent? Don't tell me you want to be kind. At this time, Haiwei saw that Bai Fong Laowang was shaken, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. At this time, he wished that he could personally take action. He had a few divine instruments on him, and he was confident that he could block Yi Shiwen's blade. As long as he could block Yi Shiwen's astonishing blade, he would be nothing. He was just a sickly person who could die at any time. However, he was being watched by Yi Wudi, so he couldn't interfere at all. He could only hope that old King Bai Fong could kill Yi Shiwen. He looked down on Yi Shiwen from the bottom of his heart. He felt that Yi Shiwen was not worthy to compete with him at all. Old King Bai Fong was reminded. From the looks of it, Yi Shiwen was indeed taking the opportunity to continuously recover, and there were signs that he was gradually getting better. Old King Bai Fong immediately became anxious. The current Yi Shiwen was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to continue recovering, would anyone be able to stop him? You want to recover? No way! He instantly shouted. Then an extremely huge bird claw immediately grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. So what if you have that blade energy? It's useless. I won't fall for your trick. As he spoke, he leaped forward. Just like before, Yi Shiwen seemed to be unable to dodge, and he was immediately sent flying by the claw. His sharp claws directly scratched 5 huge bloody grooves on Yi Shiwen's body. Blood flowed out continuously. Everyone was extremely amazed. After so long, it seemed that this was the first person who could injure Yi Shiwen's body, and not just by borrowing his internal injuries. However, old King Bai Fong was shocked. If it were an ordinary person, his body would have already been torn apart by his claws, let alone leaving only 5 bloody grooves. From this, it could be seen how amazing Yi Shiwen's body was. I'd like to see how you can defy the natural order. He directly attacked again. His murderous aura filled the sky, and even the sky was shaking. Countless magical powers of the Baifeng clan manifested in the sky and flew towards Yi Shiwen, who was sent flying. The murderous aura that filled the sky swept over. He was extremely experienced. Once he attacked, the angle was very tricky. He directly went for Yi Shiwen's head, wanting to scratch him to death. And at this moment, there seemed to be endless golden divinity sweeping out from Yi Shiwen's body, turning into a huge cauldron that protected him within. It was the 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron. Over the past 100 years, the cultivation technique of the 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron had also been modified by him from top to bottom. In other words, he had used the mysterious power of space to upgrade the martial arts level of the 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron to a realm that even Yi Shiwen himself could not figure out for the time being. Although Yi Shiwen had not practiced this martial art to the cauldron level, its power was already far superior to the previous 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron. Clang! With an incomparably loud bang, the bird claw directly crushed the 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron, and it stopped in the void. Just like that, it bought enough time for Yi Shiwen. The bird's claw came down, but it could only catch a golden afterimage of him. It was almost caught, just a little bit more. When Yi Shiwen reappeared, he was already more than 10 miles away. Behind him, a pair of wind and thunder wings were constantly flapping, fixing his body in midair, which seemed to be falling at any time. Everyone of the human race, finally, heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Yi Shiwen had escaped that fatal blow. If he had been caught by that bird's claw, even Yi Shiwen would have been crushed on the spot. Cough, cough! Yi Shiwen coughed out a large mouthful of blood, which dyed the clothes on his chest red. I said before, you can't kill me. I'm not trying to be brave. If you want to kill me, you have to exchange your life for mine. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? You want to exchange your life for mine. At this time, the Baifeng Laowang was simply furious to the extreme. The bird claw instantly cracked, and even the void was torn apart. It was an extremely terrifying scene that could simply shock the world and make the gods weep. The claw broke the sky and grabbed Yi Shiwen. It was a very simple movement, but it contained the truth of the Great Way. This was the embodiment of the extremely profound cultivation of his claw technique. The power of wind and thunder on Yi Shiwen's body spread out and formed a domain kingdom. In this domain kingdom, a huge wind and thunder god stood up. It seemed as if he could support the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. What is this? What is this? What is this? Do you think you can stop me with just this? The Baifeng Laowang was extremely anxious. He couldn't let Yi Shiwen survive. He definitely couldn't let Yi Shiwen survive. And he couldn't give Yi Shiwen a chance to recover. He was like a hot knife through butter. The domain of the power of wind and thunder that spread over was completely destroyed by him in an instant. In a battle of the same level, although the domain could play the effect of delaying the opponent, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the opponent by relying on the domain. Boom! The Baifeng Laowang was like a huge cannonball that directly swept over. He broke through the power of wind and thunder along the way and instantly arrived in front of the giant of wind and thunder in front of Yi Shiwen. Then he clawed at the giant. This was the core of Yi Shiwen's entire domain. Rip! Everyone seemed to be able to hear the sound of the entire giant being torn apart like a piece of cloth. The incomparably huge giant of the power of wind and thunder, which was like a small mountain, was directly torn apart in the air. The Baifeng Laowang's combat power was really ferocious. Although he had lived for tens of thousands of years, he had yet to enter the angel decay stage 5. Now his combat power could be said to have entered the peak state. His skills were extremely profound, and coupled with his rich combat experience, it made him unprecedentedly terrifying. When the Baifeng Laowang tore apart the giant of the power of wind and thunder, he didn't have time to be happy. But he suddenly heard Hai Weian next to him shouting, "Be careful!" Immediately afterward, he saw a shocking sword light in front of him. He couldn't react at all, or rather, he didn't feel any signs at all. He only reacted when the sword light pierced through his head. Sword of creation. In the void, Yi Shiwen's weak voice came. Then his mind finally seemed to be unable to bear the power of creation, and it suddenly exploded like the Big Bang of the universe. The entire body of the Baifeng Lao Wang exploded into pieces in an instant. The fragments filled the sky, and it rained blood. In the blood rain, Yi Shiwen stood weakly in the void like a god of death. It seemed like he would fall at any time, but it also seemed like he wouldn't. Yi Shiwen's vision became more and more blurred. This battle directly burned up the last trace of his physical strength. Even his vitality could not be burned. The serious injuries he suffered previously were too serious. It was so serious that even his Phoenix regeneration technique couldn't be used in a short time. He could only rush over. It was very quiet between heaven and earth. There was only the pitter-patter of the blood rain falling from the sky. At this moment, Yi Shiwen stood in the blood. Chapter 1757. Everyone was still immersed in the shock that Yi Shiwen had given them a moment ago. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Shiwen was in a seriously injured state, but he had actually killed 7 king-ranked experts in a row. How shocking was this? They had to admit that they couldn't do such a thing. In other words, Yi Shiwen's strength was equivalent to that of 7 experts in the simplest way. Therefore, the human race would have 7 experts of king rank with him around. Therefore, they could feel that their strength had increased by a lot. More people felt a chill run down their spines, especially the king-grade experts and the small races that had provoked the human race over the years. The feeling was even more intense. It was already very good for a small race to have a king-level expert. Meeting a killing god like Yi Shiwen, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Yi Fan immediately flew up and supported Yi Shiwen, who was on the verge of collapse. His vigilant gaze swept across those king-level experts who were glaring at him. The human race experts also surrounded the two of them. At this time, although they were all celestial realm experts, they understood that either one of these two people was far more valuable than them. Some people even gritted their teeth and thought that if it was really necessary, they wouldn't let them hurt Yi Shiwen, even if they died on the spot. It didn't matter if they died, but if Yi Shiwen also died, then there would be no hope for the human race. Although they came from various forces, if the human race was gone, who would guarantee the interests of their forces? In front of the righteousness of the race, these people had no choice. They had no choice. In fact, their worries were not unnecessary. These people were indeed ready to make a move. Everyone could see that this time Yi Shiwen was really exhausted. He might even die on the spot. If it was possible, even if it was just a little, they didn't want to see Yi Shiwen escape. Especially Hai Wuya, killing intent rose in his heart. Even if Yi Wudi stopped him, he wanted to kill Yi Shiwen completely to prevent future troubles. As for whether it was fair or not, it wasn't something he would consider. However, at this moment, a series of communication talismans suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the hands of everyone present. Among the experts present, even the lowliest one was the leader of a force. They were all well-known figures in the outside world. When they finished reading the contents of the message talisman, their expressions changed drastically. Instantly, he was incomparably shocked. How is this possible? King Taizong is still alive. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this time, the scene was a complete mess. Just as the humans were wondering what the foreign races were up to, they also received a message talisman. However, compared to the foreign races, their expressions were completely filled with joy. Ha ha ha! The heavens have not destroyed our human clan. The heavens have not destroyed our human clan. King Taizong is still alive. He's still alive. Countless people burst into laughter, feeling incomparably carefree. It was as though they were welcoming the dawn of dawn in the darkness. As for the demonic humans, their expressions were extremely ugly to behold. How could this be possible? This is impossible. I clearly received the decree of God Father. King Taitsong should have died in the twilight of the gods. Haiwia was the one who couldn't believe it. King Taitsong was actually still alive. Just a moment ago, there was news that King Taitsong's famous instrument, the Taitsong seal, broke free from the imperial court and escaped from the hands of the demon clan. Then, someone saw a handsome young man holding the Taitsong seal annihilating many demon clans, completely delaying the demon clan's attack. That person's appearance was indeed King Taitsong. To him, this was simply a resounding slap in the face. Just a moment ago, he had confidently said that King Taitsong couldn't possibly still be alive. Now that he had received the news, it was a great irony. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At first, everyone was still in a state of doubt about King Taitsong's existence. However, with the appearance of King Taitsong, all doubts were gone. Oh my God! King Taitsong really manifested. This is impossible. I don't believe it. At this time, everyone was already in a mess. However, no one dared to make a move against Yi Shiwen. Even if they wanted Yi Shiwen dead, they wouldn't make a move at this time. It wasn't because they couldn't kill Yi Shiwen, but because they were afraid of King Taitsong. Since King Taitsong really existed, then what Yi Shiwen said must be true. He had really brought the decree of King Taitsong. Not to mention anything else, this Yi Shiwen was very likely to be King Taitsong's last disciple. This could explain why his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in the past 100 years. This was the only reason that could explain it. If this was the case, then no one would dare to make a move against him. In the mythological era, a disciple of a king was equivalent to a god's son. Although Haiwia was a genuine god's son, his godfather had already fallen into eternal slumber. Naturally, he couldn't be regarded as the noblest. However, if King Taitsong was still alive and their speculations were correct, then Yi Shiwen would be the second most noble person in the world. The most noble person would naturally be King Taitsong. At this time, who would dare to make a move against Yi Shiwen? Wouldn't they be afraid of King Taitsong's revenge? In the past, when King Taitsong was active, there were also king-level powerhouses who could fight against him. But now, there were no king-level powerhouses in the world. No one could fight against him. Moreover, even in the era of king-level powerhouses, King Taitsong was invincible. Facing such a king-ranked, formidable martial artist, everyone went crazy. At this time, no one was in the mood to stay here. This news was too shocking for them. One by one, they disappeared on the conveyance light. They wanted to go back and confirm the truth of this matter. At this time, not only the top giants of the various races, but even the experts who stayed behind were shocked. Impossible! How can there be a king-level powerhouse in the world now? This is impossible. In the depths of the demon land, a peerless giant demon opened his eyes. He was incomparably shocked. He could clearly feel the existence of a king-level powerhouse. In the distant past, king-level powerhouses were the most tyrannical existences. This is too terrifying. The legend of King Taitsong in the human race is actually true. I don't believe it. This is impossible. It can't be true. How can there still be a king-level powerhouse in the world now? This is impossible. In the entire ancient times, a delicate-looking young man held the Taitsong seal in his hand and wandered around the continent. Everywhere he passed, countless people were shocked. With the powerful strength of a king-level powerhouse, he deterred all the restless races. Countless people were shocked. Even though they had never personally faced a king-level powerhouse, they could still feel the subservience that came from their bloodline. Many people could not help but kneel on the ground. Everywhere he passed, multicolored light would spread for thousands of miles. It was as if a deity had descended. The sky was filled with auspicious signs that could be seen from one end of the continent to the other. However, this young man had never stopped. Everywhere he went, people could catch a glimpse of his appearance. Many people saw his appearance, and it was indeed the same as the portrait of King Taitsong drawn in the ancient books. Everyone was shocked, but they also believed it. Only the legendary King Taitsong could have such power and influence. At this moment, it seemed that the ancient times that everyone was infatuated with had suddenly returned. A living king-level powerhouse had shocked everyone. Perhaps they had never thought that they would be able to see a living king-level powerhouse in their lifetime. Everyone had been paying attention to the footsteps of this young man. From one end of the continent to the other, it was as though he was warning them about something, other than the royal clans of the three hegemons. There were also some famous forbidden areas in the primordial era that were visited by this young man. It was as though he was trying to intimidate them. Others didn't know why these forbidden areas became forbidden areas, but all the major races were very clear that there were some ancient monsters living in them. There were even ancient creatures that had survived since ancient times. In the face of the monstrous king-level power, even the royal families of the three hegemons, some hidden resources, and the ancient monsters of the various forbidden areas all submitted at this moment. They bowed to the feet of this king-level powerhouse, just like countless years ago. He's actually still alive. How is this possible? I don't believe it. It's him. That aura, even if it was just a flash, I still felt it. Taitsong, are you trying to warn us? It's been countless years. I've just woken up from my slumber. This shouldn't be the era of a king-level powerhouse. Why are you still alive? At this moment, this young man awakened all of the ancient beasts that had entered. Many of the ancient beasts were famous existences that had killed countless people over the countless years. But now they all felt a sense of fear. Many of them were older than King Taitsong, but they could only watch as King Taitsong walked step by step towards the peak. He was invincible and undefeatable. They could only watch as he disappeared. In their lives, they had seen many king-level powerhouses, but King Taitsong had undoubtedly left an extremely deep impression on them. If it was said that the era of king-level powerhouses was the era of king-level powerhouses, then King Taitsong was worthy of being the king-level powerhouse. He was half a step away from becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. When he disappeared, everyone rejoiced. If he really became an emperor-level powerhouse, then they would never be able to rise again. Even if they didn't die, they would be imprisoned in this forbidden area forever. In an instant, the ancient times were shaken. Chapter 1758. The whole world was in a mess. Every race in the world kept quiet out of fear. King Taitsong's domineering appearance had frightened everyone. King Taitsong alone was enough to annihilate them all. Originally, many people were still doubtful whether King Taitsong had returned or not. However, after this incident, no one doubted it anymore. King Taitsong's arrival wasn't just a rumor from the humans. Many people had seen it with their own eyes. Many of the old-timers who had been in seclusion for many years had been shaken by the aura. Although they had only caught a glimpse of it before vanishing, they were certain that they hadn't been mistaken. Especially those ancient beasts that were hiding in the Forbidden Land. They were very sure that the person who came out was King Taitsong. Originally, in the eyes of every race, the human race was undoubtedly a meat on the chopping board, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't need to care at all, and only needed to submit, just like their ancestors in the distant past, who knew that King Taitsong actually existed. The status of the human race was immediately changed. Compared to the silence of every race, the people of the human race were extremely surprised. They didn't expect King Taitsong to still be alive. To them, there was no more exciting news than this. Even if King Taitsong only took a glimpse and disappeared, it was enough. King Taitsong's prestige shook the world. It couldn't be wrong. Moreover, the King Taitsong seal was suppressed in the depths of the king's palace. There were many kings of the demon race personally guarding it. If it wasn't for King Taitsong guarding it, who could take it away? Although there were still some doubts, such as why King Taitsong didn't kill those demons, and why he didn't take the other king weapons away, these were unimportant questions. However, these were all unimportant issues. For the human clan, the most important thing was that King Taitsong was still alive. That was enough. More important than anything else. Although the convention of 1,000 clans was interrupted because of this, to the human race, this was more important than obtaining a position in the convention of 1,000 clans. It could be said to be exciting. The various clans only lost their composure for a moment, but the convention of 1,000 clans still had to be held. It was just that this time many people were calling for King Taitsong to personally host it, because at this time, only King Taitsong had the right to do so. Perhaps only King Taitsong could suppress the Abyss Demon Lord. However, even though the human race was tempted by this proposal, they still rejected it. That's because they couldn't contact King Taitsong. Only Yi Shiwen could contact King Taitsong. However, Yi Shiwen took advantage of the chaos and left after killing 7 King Grade Masters at the Myriad Clans convention. His whereabouts after that were unknown. Those human clan masters couldn't contact him even if they wanted to. As for the devil race, after King Taitsong made his move, they suffered heavy losses and stopped their attacks. For a time, the entire ancient desolation was shaken. Because of King Taitsong, it fell into a strange peace. However, everyone knew that this situation couldn't continue. Sooner or later, a real war would break out. Either the various clans of the ancient desolation would be conquered, or the devil race would be defeated. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who had become the center of the whirlpool in the hearts of the various clans of the ancient desolation, had returned to the Yi clan. However, his appearance was a secret. Only a few higher-ups of the Yi clan knew about it. The entire news had been blocked by Yi Fan. As the only 2 remaining king-grade masters of the human race, Yi Fan's prestige was not as high as Yi Shiwen's, but it could be said that he could command the masses. With such a status, even the masters of other major forces had to come and visit him personally. Now that 2 king-grade masters had appeared in the Yi clan, it could be said that the Yi clan's prestige had increased greatly. It was almost on par with the 4 royal clans. The Taitsong royal clan was really excited because of this news. Although King Taitsong was known as the strongest among the 4 kings, no one had seen him in person all these years. This was because the 4 kings had never competed with each other. There was no way to talk about who was stronger or weaker. Moreover, for ordinary people, the strength of a king-grade master was not a realm that they could truly guess. The strength of that realm was already beyond what they knew. However, there was one shortcoming of the Taitsong royal clan. King Taitsong had only been in the imperial court for a short period of time. He was far behind the other 3 clans. Therefore, the Taitsong royal clan could be said to be the weakest among the 4 royal clans. They didn't even have the time to lay the most solid foundation. In the early period when King Taitsong had just left, the Taitsong royal clan that had entered the imperial court had suffered many disasters. Countless experts of the clan had died in battle. In the confrontation with the other 4 clans, the Taitsong royal clan had to bear the brunt. They had to endure the most difficult test. If it wasn't for the Taitsong seal that King Taitsong had left behind before he left, they probably wouldn't have been able to suppress the enemies from all directions. Moreover, they wouldn't have been able to persist until the birth of the 4th king, Taiching King. At this time, the return of the ancestor, King Taitsong, was undoubtedly great news for them. These days, people of the Taitsong royal clan kept sending people to inquire about the news. The entire human race was in an uproar. They couldn't wait to contact their ancestor. They found it strange that King Taitsong didn't contact the direct descendants of the Taitsong royal clan. Instead, he looked for Yi Shiwen. However, it didn't matter. Everything was more important as long as King Taitsong was back. In addition to King Taitsong's group, various major forces and even many experts of foreign races had sent envoys to inquire about the news. They hoped to meet King Taitsong in person. They had come to pay their respects to King Taitsong in name. However, everyone knew that they had come to inquire about the actual situation. The major forces of the human race were no exception to this. It was just that one side was happy, while the other side was resentful. However, these people were blocked out under Yi Fan's instructions. They were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to complain. Who was King Taizong? How could they dare to complain blindly? Even so, the people of the major forces stayed in the Yi family's residence. They didn't leave. They didn't know that Yi Shiwen had returned. However, they could more or less guess. Yi Shiwen was a member of the Yi family. If he didn't return to the Yi family, where else could he go? When the entire human race wanted to sacrifice Yi Shiwen, the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Tianqiong, completely opposed it. Therefore, Yi Shiwen didn't fall out with the Yi family. This decision had caused an uproar in the Yi family at that time. However, it seemed to be the right decision now. Many people of the Yi family were glad that Yi Tianqiong had made this decision. Even though Yi Tianqiong had died in the imperial court, there were still many people who were grateful for his decision. Yi Fan and Yi Shiwen had stepped into the king rank one after another. Moreover, the Yi clan's foundation was located in the Qi mountain region. So, it hadn't suffered too much of a blow. So, its foundation hadn't suffered any damage except for the death of a group of top experts. Therefore, the Yi clan's reputation had soared for a while. In fact, many people believed that the Yi clan had the hope of becoming the leader of the clan. Under the night sky, a bonfire was lit in a mountain range in the depths of the Yi family. The crackling sound of the firewood spread far under the night sky, and on top of the firewood, a huge unknown beast was stripped clean and hung above the bonfire. The golden fat directly dripped down into the flames, and a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Under the bonfire, bursts of strange fragrance were constantly emitted. This was not an ordinary beast either. It was a celestial realm demon beast ancestor that Yi Shiwen had killed. At this time, Yi Shiwen had stripped it clean and hung it above the bonfire. For a demon beast of this level, ordinary flames wouldn't even be able to roast it. This flame was not ordinary either. It was actually the Nanming leaf fire to roast it. At this time, if the people of the Phoenix clan knew about this, they would definitely be depressed to death. The famous Nanming leaf fire was used for such a purpose. At this time a hand, no, to be precise, a wolf's claw directly tore a large piece of meat from the demon beast's body and sent it into the wolf's mouth. It directly bit and swallowed it. The spiritual energy inside along with the fat splashed out, but it was all eaten up by the wolf. Ah, speaking of which, it's still comfortable like this. It was unclear whether it was a wolf or a dog, but it looked like a native dog. Next to it, Yi Shiwen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The injuries on his body had finally recovered. After continuous treatment for half a month, the injuries were finally completely suppressed. The continuous battles had completely exhausted him. If it wasn't for the Phoenix regeneration technique, he might have died on the spot. But if he had to choose again, then he would still do it because he had no other choice. Looking at the native dog next to him, Yi Shiwen's mouth flashed a trace of a smile. This was none other than the wolf cub. Many years had not changed. He was still the same, still looking like a native dog. Of course, he would only turn into such a potato in front of Yi Shiwen. In front of others, he was still the peerless genius of the demon clan, Yi Wudi. Generally speaking, after the demon clan changed back to their true form, their combat power would increase to different degrees. However, it was said that no one had ever seen the true form of Yi Wudi. Yi Shiwen seriously suspected that this guy simply could not afford to lose face. The true form of other demon clan geniuses, without exception, was the bloodline of the famous ancient demon clan. Only he, who had the bloodline of a native dog, did not know where he got it from. It was dark and swarthy, and when walking on the road, it was like a very ordinary native dog. Then go out like this, and let them see the true form of the famous Yi Wudi. It turned out to be a native dog. Yi Shiwen could not help but laugh. The more he thought about it, the funnier it was. Hey, this uncle is a wolf, do you understand? A pure-blooded wild wolf. Have you ever seen a native dog as handsome as this uncle? The wolf cub suddenly roared angrily. Then why don't you go out and let them see what such a handsome and confident native dog looks like? Ah, this uncle will fight with you. Go away, dead dog. This uncle is a wolf, bastard. Chapter 1759. For Yishiwen, messing around with the wolf cub had become a habit. Although they hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years, he quickly regained that familiar feeling. In the end, the quarrel between the two sides ended with the wolf cub being slapped away by Yishiwen. Then, the wolf cub ran back angrily and began to eat with big mouthfuls. In the process of their quarrel, almost half of this demon beast had been devoured by the young Kuinpeng. The wolf cub finally realized what it meant to be a bigger eater than him. Compared to the young Kuinpeng, he really paled in comparison. Yishiwen, are you looking for the reincarnation of Taotai? Why do you look like the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? The wolf cub glanced at the young Kuinpeng and said, You're not much better yourself. Yishiwen glanced at the wolf cub and said angrily, The wolf cub wasn't any better back then. In fact, both of them could be said to be equally matched. However, in comparison, the wolf cub was more restrained. The young Kuinpeng really had the tendency to eat whatever it saw. Sometimes he even doubted himself. Did he really mutate the young Kuinpeng? This was not impossible. No matter how he looked at it, the young Kuinpeng did not look normal. No matter how much he ate, there was never any obvious change. I'm much stronger than him, the wolf cub said indignantly. He glanced at the young Kuinpeng. Compared to Yishiwen, his progress was already extremely fast. In the past, Yishiwen's speed was often not as fast as him. However, after listening to Yishiwen's history of the young Kuinpeng's growth, he couldn't help but sigh. There's really such a thing as talent in this world. But you're really bold. This is the son of the young Kuinpeng. The wolf cub was somewhat surprised as it looked at Yishiwen and said, You should know that in the mythological era or even more distant eras, the descendants of Kuinpeng, especially the direct descendants, were even more respected than the children of God. Because the Kuinpeng lineage was one of the noblest lineages in the entire demon race. Before the demon race declined, it could be said that it was famous in the world. Unfortunately, it has fallen to such a state now. According to what you said, the old Kuinpeng only has the strength of a king. Even though he has experienced the angel's decay, such strength is still too low. It seems that the Kuinpeng lineage has also suffered a great loss. The wolf cub sighed with emotion. Back in the mythological era, the Kuinpeng's lineage was so awe-inspiring. Although it was not bad now, it was nothing in the eyes of the wolf cub who had experienced that era. Yishiwen nodded. He was also a little emotional. For him back then, the strength of the old Kuinpeng and the Jewing Demon King were unfathomable. It was not a level that he could speculate at all, so he did not have a clear concept. But now he could easily judge that the strength of the old Kuinpeng after giving birth was at most similar to his current strength. Such strength could already be regarded as the peak in ancient times, but it was not the peak. After all these years, the strength of the old Kuinpeng should have fully recovered after giving birth. Yishiwen was not clear about the specific strength. It was said that the northern underworld was already empty. The Kuinpeng lineage originally lived there. The overlord of the northern underworld was nowhere to be seen now. Instead, the lair had become the target of many deep-sea overlords. However, the old Kuinpeng's matter was not resolved for a day. For him, the old Kuinpeng was a strong threat every day. After giving birth and entering the angel's decay, the old Kuinpeng was already so powerful. Now, it must be even more powerful. And now he was at most similar to the old Kuinpeng from 100 years ago. Yishiwen only calculated the gap between the two and had a feeling of fear. But at this time, what was done could not be undone. There was no other way. Both of them talked about their life in the past hundreds of years. It could be said that their lives were brilliant and varied, especially the life of the wolf cub. Ever since it was picked up by the demon island, it had come to the ancient desolate and entered into a tempering period. In these hundreds of years, it was unknown how many times it had been killed and hunted. It escaped from death many times. But it was precisely because of these years of experience that it could enter the king rank even without using any treasures or elixirs. After the two met in a hurry for a few days, the wolf cub left in a hurry. This time, it originally met Yi Shiwen by accident. It only heard about Yi Shiwen's matters, so it specially came to the Thousand Clans convention this time. Otherwise, it would have left long ago. For the entire ancient times, the past few days could be described as shocking days. King Taitsong, who had disappeared for countless years, reappeared. Even if it was just a glimpse, it was still very shocking for the various clans of the ancient times. Even if the current human race seemed to have declined in many people's eyes, as long as King Taitsong was still around, the human race would still be a big and influential clan. As for the various clans, especially those who had once attacked the human race, they were all anxiously waiting for King Taitsong to summon them. Although King Taitsong was not their hope, such a peerless master, even in the mythological era, the era of the kings, no one dared to be disrespectful to such a peerless master. Moreover, in the current world, there was only one king, King Taitsong. It was not wrong to say that no one dared to disobey him. Not only the various clans of the ancient times, but even the demon race suddenly became silent. Originally, the high-end martial strength was on their side. Wherever the Abyss Demon Master passed, there was nothing it could not destroy. It could be said to be extremely powerful. The reason why they could successfully conquer nearly half of the human race's territory was largely because the Abyss Demon Master killed a large number of human experts in one fell swoop, giving them such an opportunity. But now, with the reappearance of King Taitsong, it meant that the Abyss Demon Master had one more opponent. Putting aside the strength of both sides for the time being, just the name of King Taitsong was a very powerful threat to the demon race. For a moment, even the demon race also stopped moving. Firstly, they were reorganizing their remnant forces. Secondly, they were also waiting for the arrival of King Taitsong. An expert who had appeared was not terrifying. What was truly terrifying was a person who was hiding in the dark. He was like a poisonous snake in the dark. Because they did not know when he would suddenly jump out, they did not dare to take him lightly. Under such circumstances, Emperor Taitsong didn't appear as quickly as many people had imagined. On the contrary, he disappeared after a brief appearance. However, this time was different from the previous time. Although Yi Shiwen had exposed the information of the three royal clans, everyone still did not believe that King Taitsong was still alive. Therefore, they were still trying to make things difficult for the human race. But this time around, King Taitsong had appeared in front of everyone. Many of the big shots had personally experienced it, so they knew that there was no mistaking it. Therefore, they did not doubt it at all. They came to a completely different conclusion from before. This time, King Taitsong did not appear. In addition to the previous time, there must be some reason that caused King Taitsong to not appear in front of everyone. Hence, under such circumstances, another theory rapidly spread across the ancient Barrens continent. It was that King Taitsong was dealing with an unparalleled enemy. Back then, when King Taitsong was at his peak, he suddenly left because he wanted to deal with this unparalleled enemy. Both parties had been in a stalemate since a long time ago. In order to deal with this matchless enemy, King Taitsong had no way to care about the human race. Only when the human race was facing a calamity, he had no choice but to take action. However, he could only take action once before returning to deal with the matchless enemy. This theory was quickly accepted by everyone as soon as it was put forward. Yes, that's it. If that's the case, everything makes sense, including why King Taitsong suddenly left when he was at his peak. When he was about to become an emperor, he actually left. No matter how they looked at it, this matter revealed an unbelievable aura. If that was the case, it would be easy for people to accept it. Therefore, this theory that came from an unknown source was quickly accepted by everyone and began to spread in the ancient Barrens continent. Along with this rumor, the human race couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although King Taitsong was still alive, he couldn't take action at all times. To them, it was no different from trying to quench their thirst at the sight of plum blossoms. Although there wasn't a crisis of extinction, they couldn't rely on King Taitsong's strength to quickly recover to become a first-class overlord in the ancient Barons continent. On the other hand, the various clans of the ancient Barons let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that King Taitsong wasn't invincible. He also had a matchless enemy that was difficult to deal with. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Everything in the world had their own nemesis. How could there be no nemesis at all? That was too illogical. Although they were still fearful of King Taitsong, they weren't as fearful as before when they were waiting to meet King Taitsong. This was a world of difference. However, at the same time, they were even more certain of King Taitsong's existence. Therefore, they didn't dare to continue pressuring the human race. After all, relatively speaking, even if King Taitsong couldn't deal with them with his full strength, there was no need for them to go against the human race. Under such circumstances, the conference of 1,000 clans that was initially put on hold was brought up again. Originally, the conference of 1,000 clans was held to organize a coalition army to deal with the demon race. As for dealing with the human race, it was only a small part of it. However, what really shocked them was the reappearance of King Taitsong, which directly messed up all of their plans. Now that they knew that King Taitsong couldn't take action at will, they were naturally much more relaxed and put the conference of 1,000 clans on the agenda again. At this time, a piece of news came from the ancient Phoenix realm. A prince of the ancient Phoenix realm was about to get married, and he had invited all the heroes of the ancient barons to attend. Chapter 1760. The news of the marriage had also reached the ears of the human race. However, it didn't cause much of a stir. The human race was still worried about their survival, or they were still immersed in the excitement of King Taitsong's existence. They didn't care about the distant ancient Phoenix world. In other words, unlike before, as the overlord of the remote antiquity who cared about the world, the major forces of the human race were constantly busy. Taking advantage of this period of time when all the other races had retreated and the devil race dared not continue to attack, they brought back many people who were in the occupied area or had not yet returned to Mount Qi. At present, the human race had already regarded the Qi mountain region as their headquarters and base. They could do whatever they wanted with their great abilities. It was impossible for the human race to keep such a large territory. Leaving those ordinary people in that place would either lead to a massacre or turn them into devils. No matter which one it was, the human race couldn't bear to let them live in that place. However, the ancient Phoenix world still sent someone to deliver the invitation card. There were only a few clans in the human race who had the qualifications to receive this invitation card, and only Yi Fan and Yi Shiwen had the qualifications to receive this invitation card. Yi Shiwen didn't care much about the wedding. He didn't want to participate in it either. That was because he felt that it would be better to do closed-door training and strive to make a breakthrough to the next realm. Although the wolf cub had left in a hurry for a few days, but it had also brought him a brand new enlightenment. There was an even more powerful realm above the king level, and that was the mysterious realm. Only by breaking through to that realm would he be able to thoroughly suppress the restless movements of the various foreign clans. The human race could be said to be suffering from internal and external troubles. So, he couldn't afford to waste even a second. Moreover, Hua Munhan's matter had always been on his mind. It was just that the ancient Phoenix world was too unfathomable. Even Yi Shiwen, a top expert of the king level, didn't dare to rashly enter the ancient Phoenix world. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return. He would consider going to the ancient Phoenix world to look for Hua Menghan after he had made a breakthrough to the mysterious realm. Therefore, he didn't want to wait for even a moment. However, the invitation card had specifically asked Yi Shiwen to go. Moreover, it had solemnly invited him. So, Yi Shiwen decided to go after thinking about it again and again. After all, he could be said to be the top expert of the human race. So, he couldn't refuse the invitation of the ancient Phoenix world. His relationship with the ancient Phoenix realm was very bad. However, he was currently representing the human race. Therefore, he could only suppress some conflicts for the time being. Therefore, he could only temporarily put aside the matter of breaking through. He did not want to get involved in the specific affairs of the human race. These things would naturally be handled by someone else. Right now, he was like King Taitsong, His existence was a deterrent. Even though he wasn't able to make the ancient era submit to him like King Taitsong, his name had already spread throughout the ancient era because he had killed 7 king-tier experts. It was also a great shock. To the rest of the human race, their lives seemed to have become much more comfortable during this period of time. With King Taitsong around, it seemed like there was no more haze in their hearts. However, he was different. He was the only one who truly understood the truth of everything. Yi Shiwen was hiding in the mountain range of the Yi clan. He stood there, and beside him stood a handsome young man. This man was King Taitsong. Senior, thank you for stabilizing the situation this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, "This is all I can do. I can't show up because I'll be seen through immediately if I show up." The young man sighed and said, "I've already awakened once before and had a battle with the Abyss Devil Lord. Unfortunately, I was still suppressed even after joining hands with a few fellow Taoists. Without King Taitsong, the Taitsong seal's power wouldn't even be able to display 10% of its original power. It's simply not a match for the Abyss Devil Lord. It seems that he's not far away from the Taitsong seal. I'm just a tool spirit. It's impossible for me to separate from the Taitsong seal and exist independently. You can only rely on yourselves for the path of the human race." The young man's words contained shocking information. Everyone thought that he was King Taitsong, but they didn't expect that he was merely the tool spirit of the Taitsong seal. Yi Shiwen's sword-like eyebrows slightly wrinkled. How could he not know these things? In this world, he was the only one who knew the entire truth. King Taitsong's true body was buried in the battlefield of the God's Dusk. On that day, he only brought back a wisp of obsession. After that night, that wisp of obsession completely disappeared without a trace. How could it be resurrected? Death was a world that even the Emperor couldn't control. In the legends of the Devil World, the Azura Devil Lord had once led the Devil World to conquer the world of the dead. However, that was only a legend. The world of the dead was like another dimension. No one had truly seen it. Even the gods and kings couldn't truly understand it. King Taitsong, who had shocked the world that day, was merely the tool spirit of the Taitsong seal. Therefore, even after he appeared, he only flashed away in a hurry. He didn't dare to stay for long because there was no lack of king tools lying dormant among the major forces. Moreover, there were some ancient great evils who had watched King Taitsong grow. If these people were to be awakened completely, they might be able to identify him. Once he was seen through, it would be tantamount to a disaster for the human race. On that day, he didn't dare to go to the convention of 1,000 clans in time. Instead, he went to the royal court that had already been occupied by the devil race. With the hand seals and mantras that King Taitsong taught him before he left, he awakened the tool spirit of the Taitsong seal and killed his way out of the royal court. Before that, he was caught in the joint attack of more than a dozen top king-tier experts in the royal court. In order to awaken the Taitsong seal, he forcefully endured these attacks. This was the fundamental reason why he was severely injured before he could even make a move at the convention of 1,000 clans. However, he didn't expect that Hai Wuya, who had been hiding it so well, would see through it. However, at that time he had no other choice. He couldn't retreat, not even by a single step. Otherwise, the human race would be finished. He had to hold on until the great Heaven Seal's artifact spirit had deterred those restless artifact spirits. Otherwise, if he fell first, the human race would truly be finished. He could only choose to fight head-on and kill all those top experts. Now that he thought about it, he was lucky to be able to escape at that time. At that time, he was already at the end of his rope. If those foreign race experts were determined to attack him, he would definitely not be able to escape. Even if he had the protection of Wolf Cub, Yi Fan, and little Kuan Peng at that time, it would still be the same. It was just that the appearance of King Tai Tsong made them panic, and no one cared about him anymore. Even if they had the intention to deal with him, they didn't dare to do so because of the unwarranted King Tai Tsong in the egg. Senior, you're right. We can only rely on ourselves to walk the road of the human race. No one can replace us. Yi Shiwen said sonorously. Now, I roughly understand why Tai Tsong would choose you to inherit. You are as stubborn as he was when he was young. Facing so many foreign race experts, he never retreated a step. The tool spirit of the Tai Tsong seal had admiration in its eyes. Tai Tsong's road is not easy. The human race was extremely dangerous at that time. He could only win every battle and not lose. However, the situation you are facing now is even worse than he was in the past. Back then, he had to subdue all the foreign races, and you had to add the devil race to the mix. The devil race came in a menacing manner, and the devil lord of the abyss was already a famous old devil during the era of the Sun King. Now, countless years have passed, and his martial power is even more profound to an unimaginable extent. His every move and word are laws. Even if he hasn't confirmed his Tao, he is actually not far from it. The reason why he hasn't directly attacked you now is that he has reached the most critical moment of confirming his Tao. Once he successfully confirms his Tao, then based on the current situation of the ancient barons, it will almost certainly be conquered. There will be no other way out. The tool spirit of the Tai Tsong seal said, the devil race that had invaded during the era of the Sun King had already been suppressed to death. Only he has survived. Moreover, his martial power is even more profound than before. In fact, he is almost as powerful as the devil god. He is definitely a difficult person to deal with. You will have to deal with him. You don't have much time left. The words of the tool spirit of the Tai Tsong seal made Yi Shiwen gasp for breath. This was an opponent who was about to confirm his Tao. However, he didn't have much time left. His highest goal had been to confirm his Tao since he had embarked on the path of dancing. However, this goal was still far away in the indefinite future, and now he had to face a person who was about to succeed. So, how could he not be under a lot of pressure? Moreover, he wouldn't have any lucky thoughts like if he failed and died. Pinning his hopes on illusory luck had never been in his character. Your current cultivation is considered pretty good. You have entered the king level. However, this is still not enough. The tool spirit of the Tai Tsong seal said, you should know that the realm above the king level is the mysterious realm. I just found out about it not too long ago. Yi Shiwen said with a bitter smile. He was extremely powerful. However, his biggest problem was that his foundation wasn't deep enough when compared to the disciples of the big sections. There were many things that no one would tell him unless he had reached a certain level. He should have been qualified to know about it since he had entered the king level. However, all the people of the Yi family who knew about it had died in the imperial court. So, this had suddenly formed a gap. He had learned about the mysterious realm from the wolf cub. The realm above the king level is the mysterious realm. To be precise, it should be the mysterious life realm. These things should have been common knowledge. However, very few people in the human race know about them. The inheritance has been severed for too long. Those who want to confirm their Tao have taken these things away. The tool spirit of the Tai Tsong seal sighed and said, Chapter 1761. The so-called celestial realm is the realm of the unity of man and nature. In this realm, there is no difference between celestial realm, or king realm. The great firmament seal's artifact spirit said, the king tier is already the limit of this realm. Any higher would be an indescribable realm. It's called mysterious, and it's a state of the most mysterious. In this realm, you have to truly touch life and death. In this realm, whoever can comprehend more life and death will be able to touch the power of the world. If you can finish the mysterious realm, you will be able to enter the ranks of the Tao-confirming realm. Just like the Abyss Demon Lord, said the spirit of the Tai Tsong seal. Although it seems close, the gap between you and the Abyss Demon Lord is as big as heaven and earth. He took countless years to complete this journey. The only advantage you have over him is that you have the yin-yang life and death illustration. Even during the era of the Sun King, the yin-yang life and death illustration was still a famous treasure. Back then, a demon god that attacked the ancient Barons continent had the yin-yang life and death illustration in his hand. The ancient Barons clan was forced to retreat step by step. After the yin-yang life and death illustration disappeared, the ancient Barons clans were able to turn the tables around. The yin-yang life and death illustration contains the mysteries of life and death. As long as you can comprehend it, you will enter the ranks of the Tao-confirming realm and compete with the Abyss Demon Lord, said the spirit of the Tai Tsong seal. But what I am worried about is the lack of time. Although the yin-yang life and death illustration contains the mysteries of life and death, I only have a small part of it. Most of it is in the hands of the Abyss Demon Lord. This is the real problem, said Yi Shiwen worriedly. Isn't the Abyss Demon Lord only one step away from the Tao-confirming realm? Once he does, the consequences will be unimaginable. In the current world, I'm afraid there's no one who can stop the Abyssal Demon Lord. Once he truly proves his Tao, no matter if it's the Desolate Era or the Demon World, both worlds will be under his control. By gathering the luck and power of both worlds, he might even be able to step into the Peerless Emperor realm. At that time, there will truly be no one who can stop him. If you want to stop him, you can only be faster than him, not slower. In truth, you have no other choice. Yi Shiwen had a dignified look on his face. No one knew what the future held. However, he had no other choice. At most, I can only create some illusions to deceive the various races and devils. It's impossible for me to appear in person. Otherwise, it's very likely that I'll be seen through. Once I'm seen through, then the human race will face a calamity. You should understand this very well. You can only rely on yourself for everything, said the artifact spirit of the Tai Tsong seal. No matter what, I will immediately enter into closed-door training after I return from the ancient Phoenix world. Yi Shiwen said, although there would be a series of matters regarding the formation of the Allied forces, Yi Fan should be able to handle these matters. He only needed to serve as a deterrent force. Moreover, compared to these trivial matters, Yi Shiwen's breakthrough into the profound realm and profound life realm was the greatest guarantee for the human race. The Yi family and the entire human race only had 2 king-ranked experts at this time. Yi Fan had to stay behind to deal with various issues, so he couldn't leave. Therefore, Yi Shiwen could only represent the Yi family by himself. He would represent the human race in the ancient Phoenix world. Ancient Phoenix world. Yi Shiwen felt a warm current flowing in his body as he thought of the ancient Phoenix world. The ancient Phoenix world was a legendary place for Yi Shiwen in the past. It wasn't a place that he could set foot in. However, he was finally going to the ancient Phoenix world now. He was one of the big shots of the human race. So, he naturally had the qualifications to go to the ancient Phoenix world. Wait for me, he silently shouted in his heart. The hottest topic in the entire ancient desolation was the ancient Phoenix world's princes wedding apart from the formation of the Allied forces. The ancient Phoenix world's princes' wedding was merely a pretext for the various races. This was only an internal matter of the ancient Phoenix world, so it wasn't their place to talk about it. However, this was also the best opportunity for the various races to observe the ancient Phoenix world. The ancient Phoenix world had always been a very mysterious place for the various races. In fact, many people couldn't understand it. They could only obtain some information from ancient books and records. However, this information wouldn't be of much help in understanding this mysterious world of the ancient Phoenix world. The ancient Phoenix world had retreated from the ancient desolation. It had retreated into the ancient Phoenix world to recuperate. So, nobody knew to what extent it had developed over the years. The various races of the ancient desolation weren't only afraid of the development of the devil race. They were also extremely vigilant towards the Phoenix race, who hadn't forgotten to return to the ancient desolation to re-rule the ancient desolation. However, the ancient Phoenix world had always been an independent world compared to the ancient desolation. It had been the territory of the Phoenix race since countless years ago. Now, nobody knew to what extent it had developed, or what kind of strength it possessed. Therefore, the various races wanted to find out the actual situation of the ancient Phoenix world. Everyone had a tacit understanding. In fact, even the ancient Phoenix world wasn't necessarily unaware of this. However, everyone didn't know why the ancient Phoenix world had decided to make it public after concealing it for so many years. However, no matter what kind of thoughts everyone had, they still packed up and rushed towards the ancient Phoenix world. This was a special world. Although the leaders of the various major forces hadn't made an appointment, they all chose to head to the ancient Phoenix world on the same day to observe the ceremony. For the sake of the ceremony, the ancient Phoenix world had specially opened up a spatial passage in the ancient desolation. Originally, nobody knew where the passage between the ancient Phoenix world and the ancient desolation was. Therefore, only the experts of the ancient Phoenix world could head to the ancient desolation. However, the experts of the ancient desolation couldn't head to the ancient Phoenix world. An incomparably huge door appeared in the depths of the void. An incomparably mysterious aura was emitted from the door, causing people to shudder. Outside the door, a group of experts with powerful auras guarded the door. They stared at the people coming and going like tigers watching their prey. At this moment, the representatives of the various major forces were secretly shocked. That was because among this group of experts with powerful auras, the weakest one was an expert of the heaven realm. Although an expert of the heaven realm wasn't enough to be the head of a marquis or royal family, it was enough to be the head of an area in an ordinary force. However, they had now become guards of the door. This kind of strength could be said to be incomparably shocking. Was the ancient Phoenix world purposely trying to scare them, or had their strength really reached such a level? Everyone was discussing among themselves in disbelief. To dare to use a group of experts of the heaven realm as guards of the door, the ancient Phoenix world couldn't be said to be small. What made everyone even more shocked was that apart from these experts of the heaven realm, there was actually an expert of the King Division. This made countless people completely speechless. Extravagant, this was a little too extravagant. Prodigal, what was a prodigal? This was a prodigal. However, this also made the representatives of the various races even more certain of one thing, and that was that this should be specially sent by the ancient Phoenix world to scare the various races. Otherwise, even if the ancient Phoenix world's strength was incomparably tyrannical, it wouldn't be to the extent where they could make an expert of the King Division guard the door. If they really had such strength, they could totally kill their way into the ancient wilderness, and then after wiping out the various races, they could compete with the demon race. Thinking of this, the experts of the various races also relaxed. Even so, their hearts were still incomparably calm. Even if it was intentional to be able to casually send out an expert of the King Division, the depth of the ancient Phoenix world's strength had still far exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone was incomparably shocked, including Yi Shiwen. Although the ancient Phoenix world was currently an ally of the various races, sometimes these sleepwalking could easily cause people to not even be able to sleep well. Yi Shiwen, look, Yi Shiwen is here. Yi Shiwen's arrival had indeed caused a commotion among the experts of the various races. During this period of time, as the matter of King Tai Tsong fermented, Yi Shiwen, who was likely to be King Tai Tsong's disciple, had also become a fragrant cake in everyone's eyes. It was very likely that he was the second most respected person in the world. In addition, Yi Shiwen had displayed his invincible prowess during the assembly of 1,000 races, consecutively killing 7 experts of the Qing division. He could be said to be the strongest expert in the current ancient wilderness that everyone knew of. Yes, after this period of time, there were indeed some people who had begun to accept the title of the strongest expert. It really is him. At this time, I didn't expect him to leave the human race and appear here. After the assembly of 1,000 races, he had already disappeared and could no longer be found. As expected, he still appeared here. What's so strange about this? Now, he is definitely an influential figure. As long as the ancient Phoenix world is not blind, he must be one of the people invited. Someone said disdainfully, "Look at his aura. Even I can't faintly see through him. He has completely stepped into the Qing division. I really can't imagine it. He is only a few hundred years old. Even if we stepped into the Qing division, we would already be thousands of years old at that time. We spent 10 times more time than him. I simply can't believe the gap between us. Sigh, perhaps the great calamity has really arrived. Those experts of the younger generation are each more powerful than the previous one. Yi Shiwen is just one of them. Yi Fan of the Yi clan, Hai Wuya of the Sea clan, Yu Wudi of the Demon clan, and many other hidden experts. The number is simply unimaginable. Isn't that so, especially the Yi clan? They have actually produced 2 Qing division experts in a row. In the future, they may also have the opportunity to aspire to become the royal clan. Chapter 1762. In ancient times, the major clans were naturally dominated by the human clan, the demon clan, the sea clan, and the alliance of the 100 clans. The second tier of power was the royal clans of the great footed group. Then it was the second tier of power like the 28 noble clans of the human race. Among them, the royal clans were the ones that could truly be ranked at the top. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen had consecutively uprooted 3 clans. 2 of them were royal clans. These clans were often the top forces of the various clans. They were the pillars of the various clans. They had deep foundations and were absolutely difficult to break through. Even if the demon clan wanted to break through the royal clan, they had to rely on the traitor Wang clan. Otherwise, there would be no chance at all. This was also the reason why everyone was amazed. Which of those royal clans did not fight for many years and stand firm in the long river of time before they could finally enter the ranks of royal clans? Now, just by relying on Yi Shiwen, everyone had already made such an evaluation. This was enough to show how high the evaluation of Yi Shiwen was from the various clans. However, the crowd did not sigh for long. Soon, they directly arrived at the entrance of the passage. After checking their identities, they were quickly allowed to enter. Yi Shiwen mixed in the crowd and directly followed them. He did not comment on the crowd's evaluation. In fact, he did not even have any reaction. Others were not clear about this, so there was such a misunderstanding. In their opinion, the one who was truly worthy of their attention was not only Yi Shiwen. No matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, it was impossible for him to bring a clan to the level of royal clans. This was because to become a royal clan, in addition to having a deep foundation and strength that far surpassed the other noble clans, there was another hidden condition, and that was to have a king-level powerhouse. Otherwise, it could not be considered as a royal clan. This was the same for other clans. Only a powerhouse who had a king-level powerhouse would be qualified to be called a royal clan. Only after truly becoming a royal clan would they be qualified to be called an immortal inheritance. Only an immortal inheritance would be qualified to be called a royal clan. To wear the crown, one must bear the weight. The current Yi clan, including himself, was far from being qualified to do so. However, he seemed to have King Tai Tsang standing behind him. Just this point alone was enough to make the various clans look at him in a new light. He could use King Tai Tsang's influence to intimidate the various clans, but he would definitely not be affected by public opinion and lose himself. In fact, the various rumors regarding King Tai Tsang were spread by the human race at his behest. The human race had been dominating the human race for many years and had an incomparably deep foundation. Even though the human race had suffered heavy losses, the news still spread rapidly. Very quickly, he completed his campaign, causing the other races to fear the human race. His goal was achieved. If he lost his arrogance now, then his future progress would probably be limited to this. Wait. Just as Yi Shiwen was about to step into the doorway, suddenly a loud rumbling sound came from a high place like a great bell. Following that, gusts of wind blew from the void. Bang! An incomparably huge roaring sound was heard. Then, an incomparably huge axe directly fell from the sky and directly chopped down. It was so close to Yi Shiwen's face that it could have beheaded Yi Shiwen if it had been slightly slanted to the side. This incomparably huge axe fiercely fell in front of Yi Shiwen. The entire surface of the axe was much taller than Yi Shiwen's body. It smashed down from the void and smashed the entire world into smithereens. This gave rise to a loud rumbling sound. The ear-piercing sound turned into a huge sound wave and swept out. This sudden change suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Even the leaders of the major forces who were about to enter had stayed behind at this time. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a huge figure that towered into the clouds in the void. This was the only king-grade expert among the experts who had been sent by the ancient Phoenix realm to welcome the guests. This expert had a huge stature. In fact, he was like a small mountain. In fact, he looked like a humanoid, ominous beast. What's wrong? Is this how you treat your guests in the ancient Phoenix realm? Yi Shiwen's face was expressionless at this time. It seemed as if he hadn't been affected at all. How do we treat our guests? How come I don't remember the human race being invited this time? Haven't I heard that the human race has already been exterminated? How come you still dare to come here? Is this a place where you can come? That huge king-grade expert of the Phoenix race said, "This is my invitation." Yi Shiwen didn't say anything. However, people who were familiar with him would know that he was forcibly restraining the anger in his heart. A streamer of light flew out of Yi Shiwen's hand and flew into the hand of that huge king-grade expert. Invitation? What invitation? Why haven't I seen it? That huge king-grade expert crushed the invitation that had flown out of Yi Shiwen's hand at this time. The human race has already declined. We've invited the overlord of the ancient era. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can participate in this. A sinister expression appeared on the face of that huge king-grade expert. The muscles on his rough face started to sway. What's going on? How can the ancient Phoenix realm do this? Do they intend to invite Yi Shiwen to come here and humiliate him? It's not impossible. I've heard that several geniuses of the ancient Phoenix realm have fallen at his hands. So, it's possible that they've come here to seek justice for them. Impossible. The ancient Phoenix realm won't do such a thing even if they haven't matured yet. Moreover, they still have to consider the Buddha's face even if they don't want to give face to the monks. Yi Shiwen is tyrannical. However, he isn't strong enough to make all the races fear him. Isn't it because he has the support of King Taizong? That's right. The ancient Phoenix realm won't invite Yi Shiwen to come here to humiliate him for such a boring reason. The ancient Phoenix realm may be stronger than our race. However, it's impossible for them to have a king-grade expert. Otherwise, why would they need to cooperate with us? The ancient Phoenix realm alone is enough to reconquer the ancient times and defeat the devil race. Everyone started to discuss spiritedly. Nobody knew what this big guy was planning to do. However, everyone could see that this big guy's attitude towards Yi Shiwen wasn't very good. However, everyone was in a mood to watch a good show in this regard. The invitation was sent by your ancient Phoenix realm. Don't tell me that you intend to slap your own face. Or is it that a small gatekeeper like you has become the leader of the ancient Phoenix realm? It's really funny. The dignified ancient Phoenix realm is actually a place where there's no discipline. Even a gatekeeper can act violently. Then, I'm very disappointed in the ancient Phoenix realm. A disdainful smile flashed across the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth. What did you say? This mountain-like big guy suddenly became angry. The muscles on his face became even more ferocious. It seemed that Yi Shiwen's words had poked his sore spot. It was true that the ancient Phoenix realm had a king-grade expert to keep watch, and it was a matter of deterrence to their powerful enemies. However, it was a humiliation for him, even though he knew that it was done to deter them. Why didn't they send someone else? Why didn't they send him? Didn't this explain some problems? I say, you're just a gatekeeper, but you dare to yell at a guest of your Phoenix race. You even dare to destroy the invitation. The dignified ancient Phoenix realm doesn't have any rules. Yi Shiwen's complexion didn't change as he repeated, You dare! The muscles on this mountain-like man's face twitched unceasingly. It seemed that he was forcibly restraining the anger in his heart. He had wanted to provoke Yi Shiwen. However, he had been thoroughly provoked by Yi Shiwen instead. Anyway, I said that I won't let you pass. I won't let you pass. I've never heard of sending an invitation to a human. I haven't seen an invitation either. Get lost. Don't force me to attack you. Humph. That's ridiculous. Do you really think that you're a big shot? You're just an insignificant gatekeeper. Do you think that the high-level leaders of your Phoenix race have to report to a servant like you when they decide to invite a person? Yi Shiwen sneered and said, Damn it, damn it, damn it. This mountain-like man was thoroughly enraged. His anger was erupting like a volcano. Yi Shiwen had repeatedly called him a servant. This had thoroughly provoked him. He was a dignified king-level expert. However, he had been sent to guard the gate. It was already very sullen for him. However, he was being humiliated by this guy now. This was simply intolerable. Go to hell! This huge man finally attacked at this time. The huge axe once again chopped down towards Yi Shiwen. The speed of his attack was extremely fast. It was as fast as lightning. It was accompanied by a powerful inertia. It chopped open the void, and the entire sky seemed to be boiling like a pot of porridge. The speed of his attack was too fast. It formed a huge contrast with his huge stature. It was simply unimaginable how such a huge stature could chop down such a dreadful attack. It didn't have any other fancy tricks. However, the law of gravity attached to it was unceasingly flashing with ancient patterns. It was extremely dreadful. In fact, it seemed as if this axe could crush a star. Anyone who was able to step into the King Division possessed a terrifying cultivation. None of them were easy to deal with. Speed wasn't his forte. However, his attack was so fast that many people couldn't even see it. It directly crashed down. Bang! A dreadful collision occurred. An incomparably loud explosion resounded. The void was completely shattered. The chaos poured out in torrents. An endless space storm instantly took shape in the void. The power of this attack was incredible. Chapter 1763. A dreadful explosion was heard. The dreadful collision sound swept in all directions and formed a dreadful space storm. Everyone present on the scene was a big shot with profound cultivation. However, they still couldn't stand steadily. The fierce astral winds and the space storm made their clothes flutter in the wind. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable horror. This is too strong. Countless people were shocked, especially those who secretly looked down on this big guy. Originally, they thought that the gatekeeper, even if he was of the King Division, should not be valued at all, or only the weakest among them could be sent to guard the gate. Otherwise, a dignified King Division expert would not have fallen to such a state, no matter what. Who would have thought that he would be so tyrannical? Even some hidden king-grade experts of various races were incomparably shocked when they saw the shocking scene caused by this attack. They couldn't believe it. It would have been very difficult for them to withstand this attack if they were in Yi Shiwen's place. This kind of strength was already comparable to some of the old antiques of the various races who were at the king level. However, such a person had been sent to guard the gate. The strength of the ancient Phoenix world was unfathomable. The ancient Phoenix world is too strong. Such a person is enough to become an overlord. However, he has been sent to guard the gate now. Yi Shiwen will suffer serious injuries, even if he can withstand such an attack. This attack isn't weaker than the all-out attack of the old Demon King by Fong. It's very strong. I'm afraid Yi Shiwen won't be able to withstand it. That's natural. The Power King is a famous expert even in our ancient Phoenix world. He comes from the Power Phoenix bloodline of our ancient Phoenix world. He was born with extraordinary strength. Even the giant devil race of the devil race pales in comparison to our Power Phoenix race. That's right. This human is overestimating his capabilities. Does he still think that he can withstand the Power King? The experts of the ancient Phoenix world were much more relaxed compared to the experts of various races. They had relaxed smiles on their faces. In fact, they had a somewhat mocking expression on their faces. They hadn't paid any attention to Yi Shiwen. In fact, they didn't think that this was a big deal. They were merely kings. What right did they have to think like this? After all, they were once the masters of desolation. Everyone was already in a mess. And at this time, the big Herculean king, who had a ferocious smile on his face, actually revealed a horrified expression. A few drops of cold sweat rolled down his face, and a horrified expression suddenly appeared on his rough and ferocious face. At this time, everyone reacted one after another. It seemed that something was wrong. They saw the Power King's axe chopping down, but in the end it was unable to break the void. It was as if it was forcefully severed by a powerful force. What's going on? Everyone focused their vision, and at this time they finally saw that in the center of the endless space storm, a person was standing in the void. He raised his hand, opened his palm, and slapped it, blocking the axe that was even bigger than him. The sharp edge poured down, like a galaxy sweeping over, pouring down on his body. The wind caused his green robe to flutter, but there was no change at all. This galaxy-like sharpness couldn't hurt him at all. In fact, it was like a baptism for him. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. They had all seen the strength of that strike, and it was truly terrifyingly strong. Even those kings wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to withstand it and not be cleaved to death, let alone those celestial realm experts. At this time, they were even more dumbfounded. Looking at this scene, they were completely shocked. Impossible. At this time, the Power King also looked down at the axe in disbelief. Yi Shiwen had easily blocked his attack, and he couldn't believe it at all. He was well aware of how terrifying his strength was. He came from the Phoenix bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Like most other clans, the Phoenix clan was just a name. Since the birth of the 9-colored phoenix, countless phoenixes had been produced. In addition to the 5-colored phoenix, the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, the Fire Phoenix, and other well-known Phoenix clans, the Phoenix bloodline of the Strength Phoenix clan was also a very famous branch of the Phoenix clan. In this branch of the Phoenix bloodline, the Phoenix bloodline, the Phoenix bloodline, and other well-known Phoenix clans, the Phoenix bloodline of the Strength Phoenix clan was also a very famous branch of the Phoenix clan. In this branch of the Phoenix bloodline, they specialized in the cultivation of the law of power. The strength was so great that it could shake the stars, let alone an expert like him who had already stepped into the King Division. A casual attack could shatter the earth. Just now, he attacked in anger and didn't hold back at all. In the end, it was actually easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Yi Shiwen's figure under the sharpness of the axe didn't move at all. His silent face revealed a somewhat disdainful sneer and said, "Power King? This is the Power King? Just this level of strength, and you have the nerve to call yourself the Power King? Damn, don't look down on me. The Herculean king let out an incomparably loud roar as he brandished the axe in his hand once again. The sharp sound of the axe tearing through the air formed a burst of sound waves that completely shattered the space, sweeping in all directions in a circle. He was so angry with Yi Shiwen that he didn't care about anything else. What strategy? What trap? At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. He once again waved his axe towards Yi Shiwen and smashed it down. He wanted to smash Yi Shiwen to death. Bang! There was another incomparably loud roar. An axe chopped in the air, but couldn't come down anymore. It was once again blocked by Yi Shiwen's hand. Impossible! How is this possible? The Power King roared. If the first axe strike was said to have used all of his strength, then this axe strike could be said to have used all of his strength and used 120% of his strength. The surrounding onlookers were even more dumbfounded. How can this be? Even if Yi Shiwen can block such a powerful attack, it shouldn't be this easy. The strength of this Power King is definitely comparable to the Bai Fong Old King, and even the Bai Fong Old King can injure Yi Shiwen. How can this Power King's attack be blocked so easily? No, this is exactly where the problem lies. Although Yi Shiwen killed 7 King grade masters in a row, but it was under the situation where he was seriously injured, and this should be his full strength. Many people were shocked, especially those who didn't see it with their own eyes at that time. They didn't believe the rumors at all. Yi Shiwen killing 7 King grade masters was already shocking enough, not to mention that he was besieged. Even if he defeated them one by one, it would be enough to shake the ancient barons, not to mention that it was 1 against 3 and 1 against 4. Under such circumstances, and under the situation where he was seriously injured, how could they endure this? They asking themselves if they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, it would be impossible to have such strength. Moreover, their strength had almost reached the peak of the strength that everyone in the ancient barons was familiar with. Even they couldn't do it. How could a junior who had cultivated for hundreds of years be able to do it? This was simply impossible. But now that they thought about it, it was really possible. Is this his true strength? The experts of various races were completely shocked in their hearts. They originally thought that they had overestimated Yi Shiwen, but now they realized that they had still underestimated Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's strength at his peak was actually so terrifying. Some of the more far-sighted people had already figured out why such a tyrannical Yi Shiwen would get injured. What kind of person could seriously injure him? I'm afraid that even the King grade masters wouldn't be able to do it. Could it be the mysterious realm? Or perhaps the Abyss Devil Lord directly took action? Or was it related to King Tai Tsong's refusal to come out and meet everyone? For a moment, everyone's mind was full of thoughts. Compared to the shock of the various races of the ancient barons, the people of the ancient Phoenix realm were almost scared silly. The experts of the various races of the ancient barons didn't know about it, so they had somewhat underestimated the Power King. However, they were very clear that the Power King was also a famous and powerful expert in the ancient Phoenix realm. He was sent to guard the gate not to humiliate him, but to deter the various races. Most importantly, it was to guard against the sneak attack of the Devil race. If the Devil race were to find the gate leading to the ancient Phoenix realm, they would directly follow the vines and kill their way in. For the ancient Phoenix realm, it would be tantamount to a disaster. The strength of the ancient Phoenix realm wasn't weak, and it was enough to protect itself. However, getting involved in the war too early was completely inconsistent with their plan of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Even the various races of the ancient Phoenix realm were very clear about the thoughts of the ancient Phoenix realm. However, even if they knew, they couldn't say anything. After all, it was better than pushing the ancient Phoenix realm to the side of the Devil race. They knew that the possibility of this was very small, but they still didn't dare to take the risk. They could only secretly be more vigilant against the ancient Phoenix realm in order to avoid being stabbed in the back. This time, the marriage of the prince of the ancient Phoenix realm was a great opportunity to find out the real situation of the ancient Phoenix realm. This was an unprecedented importance. They had sent the Power King to guard against the devil race. He wasn't an unbearable servant like Yi Shiwen had said. Instead, he was a genuine expert. In fact, even he had an extraordinary background. He was a powerful expert. An ordinary expert of the heavens realm couldn't compare with him. However, the Power King hadn't been able to do anything to this human even after 2 consecutive strikes of his axe. Was this the true strength of this human whose name had shaken the world some time ago? Chapter 1764. They were even more astonished because they knew more. Yi Shiwen had once again blocked this attack. Meanwhile, Yi Shiwen, who had been in a defensive state all along, finally attacked while everyone was still in a state of shock. He pierced through the void as fast as lightning and blasted out a punch. Endless spirit energy was absorbed by his fist and formed a huge cyclone. It then fell on the axe. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist and the axe collided with each other, producing a loud and sonorous sound. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe it. How tyrannical was his body? It could contend with a supreme tool. He was simply a monster. Crack, crack, crack. However, that incomparably sharp axe disintegrated little by little in front of everyone's eyes when everyone thought that it was over. It turned into a pile of scrap iron. He was able to destroy a supreme weapon with his bare hands. This person's physical body is probably even more terrifying than the Golden Dragon clan. Only the young deities were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. A king-rank expert muttered to himself. His cultivation had reached this level, so he was naturally very clear about the secrets of ancient times. Such a person could be regarded as a top-notch figure even in the mythological era or the era of the kings. Some people also felt that it was a pity that he was born in such an era. He was born in the declining human race. If he had been born in the era of the kings, then he might have had a chance of becoming a king in the future. Is that all? You are still far from it. A disdainful smile flashed across the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth. He didn't even glance at the Power King. He merely looked towards a certain place in the void and took a deep look at it. Then he entered the space channel. No one from the ancient Phoenix world dared to stop him. Why aren't the people of the ancient Phoenix world stopping him? Are they scared? Indeed, this Yi Shiwen is very scary. He's even scarier than the rumors. I heard that he had fought against Old King Bai Fong and the others. He had been seriously injured and had almost died. I thought that he was just SOSO. Now it seems that I was too naive. He's just like a young king. Stupid idiot. The Power King's lips couldn't help but squirm as he listened to the discussions of the people around him. He then spat out these words. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He wasn't just shocked by Yi Shiwen's strength. The most important thing was that everyone only saw that the axe had been smashed, but they didn't know that the power had passed through the axe and acted on his body. The terrifying, explosive power had instantly paralyzed his whole body. Even now, his whole body slowly regained some mobility. Even so, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only watch Yi Shiwen pass through the space channel. He had never dared to believe that someone could completely crush him in terms of strength. Their Phoenix bloodline specialized in the law of strength. How could a natural-born Hercules be crushed by a human? If someone told him this before, he would definitely not believe it. But now, the truth was right in front of him. He could not deny it. Everyone saw that Yi Shiwen had also entered, so they didn't stay for long. There was no more excitement to watch, so they stepped into the space channel one after another. After everyone entered the space channel, a vague figure appeared beside the Power King. It was a young man dressed in a fiery red robe. He was like a flame that illuminated the world. His handsome face was slightly wrinkled, and he seemed to be pondering. Did he see me? I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. The Power King seemed to be deflated as he said, I was provoked by him to attack first. If he had attacked first, then we would have had a chance. We would have used the power of the whole race to kill him. It's nothing. In the end, we underestimated him. A young king? Interesting. Among the human race, there is such a character. It means that the luck of the human race hasn't completely dried up yet. The young man smiled playfully. But does King Taitsong really exist? It's best if he does. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? King Taitsong is only half a step away from becoming an emperor, and I am destined to become an emperor in the future. There won't be any fun on the road to proving my Tao. You've already done very well in this matter. Don't be depressed. There will naturally be a good time in the future. The young man said with a faint smile. His eyes became more and more profound. Yi Shiwen directly stepped into the space channel. At the other end of the space channel, there was already an emissary waiting there. It seemed that he didn't know what had happened at the other end of the space channel. Seeing Yi Shiwen enter, someone led him into the depths of the ancient Phoenix realm. Although he was merely a messenger, he had the strength of a celestial being realm expert. He was no different from those shocking people outside. For the prince's wedding this time, the ancient Phoenix realm could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. These emissaries were neither servile nor overbearing even when facing the leaders of the various forces. "Where are we going?" Yi Shiwen asked. The one guiding Yi Shiwen was a beautiful woman at the initial stage of the Heaven Realm. "We're going directly to the ancient Phoenix Realm's Imperial City. Our royal family lives in the Imperial City," the beautiful woman said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. It wasn't strange. No one knew how long it had been since the people of the ancient Desolate had been able to enter the ancient Phoenix Realm. The last time someone had entered the ancient Phoenix Realm was because of the invasion of the demon race. Yi Shiwen's divine sense swept out. At a glance, it was a vast and boundless world. During this period of time, he had also looked up a lot of information about the ancient Phoenix Realm from the ancient books of the Yi family. It was said that although the ancient Phoenix Realm was only half the size of the ancient Desolate, it was rich in resources. Although it couldn't be compared to the ancient Desolate as a whole, it was more fertile than any of the territories controlled by the previous overlords. Therefore, although the ancient Phoenix Realm had always been unable to counterattack the ancient Desolate, it was still firmly above the various clans of the ancient Desolate. However, there was very little information about the ancient Phoenix Realm in the Yi family. That was because it was an independent world. Only the people of the ancient Phoenix Realm could come to the ancient Desolate. However, the people of the ancient Desolate couldn't go to the ancient Phoenix Realm. This was because the ancient Phoenix Realm was under the control of a force, so they could easily seal the entire world. However, the ancient Desolate couldn't. Firstly, it was the main plane. Its territory was too vast. Secondly, there were too many forces. So it was impossible to coordinate with each other. Yi Shiwen and the woman were treading on the light all the way. There was still a considerable distance between them and the Imperial City. Therefore, it was impossible to place the other end of the space channel in the Imperial City from a safety point of view. Everyone was clear about this point. Huge birds were constantly flying through the void along the way. Each of them was abnormally huge. Moreover, they were emitting a dreadful aura. However, none of them dared to come over when they saw these two people. It seemed as if they knew that these two people weren't to be trifled with. However, what made Yi Shiwen feel strange was that he could clearly see a city rising up from the ground in the ancient Phoenix Realm. The entire ancient Phoenix Realm was very prosperous. However, what made him feel strange was that there were many different races here. He could even see the human race, the sea race, the demon race, and even the people of the devil race. What's going on? Yi Shiwen was very puzzled in his heart. However, he immediately understood after thinking about it for a while. I'm afraid that the ancient Phoenix Realm's ambition isn't small. Yi Shiwen's heart was filled with apprehension, just like the lords of the other forces. However, he suddenly saw an incomparably huge chariot streaking across the void when he was about to open his mouth. The bodies of 9 rare birds and strange beasts were releasing formidable auras. However, Only one of them was pulling the chariot at this time. The entire chariot looked like a small city. It had traversed across the void and was incomparably shocking. A tyrannical aura was radiating from the chariot. It traversed across the vast sky and dispersed in all directions. It didn't seem to have any misgivings about the ancient Phoenix realm. Yi Shiwen clearly felt that someone's divine sense had swept over them when he looked over. It seemed as if that person had found out that there wasn't any danger. Then that person disappeared in front of these two people along with the chariot. "Who is this?" Yi Shiwen asked as he saw that the chariot had disappeared. "Could it be that it's a big shot of your ancient Phoenix realm?" "Of course not. This is the chariot of an immortal inheritance's martial great master. They are known as the authentic martial arts practitioners of the world." The beautiful woman looked at the chariot. She seemed to be fascinated by it. This had surprised Yi Shiwen. One must know that this beautiful woman had been neither servile nor overbearing since the beginning. In fact, he could even faintly feel the pride and disdain in her heart. However, a trace of fascination had appeared on her face when she had mentioned this martial great master. What was the origin of this martial great master? How come he had never heard about this martial great master? "May I know which world this martial great master comes from?" Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. "They are the immortal inheritances of the heaven realm. It's normal that the distinguished guest doesn't know about them," the beautiful woman explained. Heaven realm. Yi Shiwen's heart suddenly quivered. He recalled what he had learned before. The gods who had been suppressed in the battlefield of the gods had either fallen or fallen into deep slumber. They had invaded a place called the Heaven Realm, and they had been defeated by an almighty expert through the space channel. So they had been suppressed in the battlefield. What kind of world was that? It could even defeat the gods. This martial great master seemed to have an extraordinary origin. That's the immortal inheritance of an emperor. Chapter 1765. That's an immortal inheritance that once came from an imperial emperor. The words of this beautiful woman had thoroughly shocked Yi Shiwen. The Emperor Lord was a powerhouse of the emperor level. Any one of them was an earth-shattering powerhouse. They could rule over a part of the world. They were the true supreme monarchs. Apart from the Hidden Devil clan and the Fallen Angel clan, the other 6 clans were able to firmly rule the entire devil world. There was only one reason why the 8 royal clans of the devil race were able to firmly rule the entire devil world. That was because they had emperor-level characters. The reason why the demon race had once ruled over the ancient desolation was because they had once produced a monarch-level character. There was only one reason why the ancient Phoenix realm was able to rule over the ancient desolation even more than the demon race. It was because they had produced a monarch-level expert. In this world, all the famous large races that ruled over a region had once produced sovereign emperors. They possessed incredible accumulations that ordinary races could not imagine. Yi Shiwen was naturally extremely shocked in his heart. The name of the martial ancestor has spread far and wide. Emperor Qin used his own strength to revive the heaven realm and establish the foundation of the martial ancestor. He is an extraordinary person. As the beautiful woman spoke, a look of fascination appeared on her face. Then, this beautiful woman didn't say anything. Yi Shiwen also didn't ask much, but he kept it in mind. Although the two of them couldn't catch up to the carriage, they were still extremely fast. Even when they weren't using their full strength, they were still very fast. As fast as lightning. In less than 2 hours, they had already traversed half of the ancient Phoenix world and arrived at the Imperial City. The entire Imperial City occupied an incalculable area, and its city walls extended for an unknown number of miles. The golden city walls seemed as if they had been piled up with gold. The surface of the city was covered with traces of weathering over the years. This indicated the long history of the Imperial City. Many formidable magic arrays were engraved on the city walls. The entire imperial city was exuding a tyrannical aura. The entire imperial city was formed by the condensation of countless auras, and they were hovering in the sky. Ordinary people couldn't see them. However, this was the so-called destiny. It was the destiny of a clan. One could roughly understand it by looking at it. There was no doubt that the imperial city of the ancient Phoenix world was the largest city that Yi Shiwen had ever seen. It was also the most prosperous city. Perhaps even the human imperial court was inferior to it. Yi Shiwen finally arrived at a group of courtyards under the guidance of this beautiful woman. The delegations of various clans had settled down in a group of courtyards. In fact, it would be better to say that it was a small city rather than a group of courtyards. The powerhouses who had come from various worlds to participate in the wedding of the princes of the ancient Phoenix world had gathered here. There were tyrannical beasts with 8 legs and 2 wings, their ferocious might shaking the heavens. There were also powerful flying beasts, and there were even many strange beasts with ancient auras. They didn't take human form, but instead directly appeared in their beast forms, making them look even more mighty. He had originally thought that the ancient Phoenix world had only invited the various clans of the ancient desolate era. However, many tyrannical existences from other worlds had also come here in fact. There were many worlds that had never been heard of in the ancient times. Moreover, it could produce these extremely powerful ominous beasts. Obviously, it wasn't a small world like the true martial world. It was an extremely huge world. Although Yi Shiwen had come alone, he was the representative of the human race. So he was arranged to sit together with the various clans of the ancient desolate era. As the representative of the human race, Yi Shiwen also obtained an independent courtyard. Many of the top elites of the various worlds were gathered in this area, and it instantly became a place of trouble. A storm was brewing. The ancient Phoenix realm had also sent people to warn everyone that it was best not to go out during this period of time. This was to prevent any collisions from happening. That would be bad. Early in the morning, a loud noise came from the courtyard where Yi Shiwen was staying. He had just woken up from his sleep and suddenly saw a huge claw pressing down from the sky. It seemed as if the claw was going to crush their entire courtyard. Who dares to be so impudent here? With a loud roar, a water sword descended from the sky and directly slashed at that incomparably huge claw. With a loud bang, they collided. Rumble! Amidst the explosion, the void distorted violently, like a piece of paper, crazily twisting. The void would have already collapsed if this had happened outside. However, the space here was obviously fixed by a matrix, so it was impossible to collapse it. Then a figure flew over. Yi Shiwen fixed his eyes on this person. He was also an old acquaintance. Who else could it be if it wasn't Hai Wuya? A sharp light suddenly flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. This Hai Wu Ya had wanted to kill him from the very beginning. Yi Shiwen naturally wouldn't forget this debt. At this time, the owner of that huge claw also appeared in the sky. It was a huge, ominous beast whose entire body was pitch black. It was flickering with the light of thunder. It looked somewhat like a Qilin. However, it had an even more ferocious appearance. Its entire body was covered with thunder and lightning. It seemed like a thunder beast. This area has been expropriated by me. If you don't want to die, get lost. This giant beast opened its mouth, and its rumbling voice was like a great bell. How did this killing prodigy come out? That lightning beast is said to have come from the profound world battlefield in order to participate in the wedding of the ancient Phoenix Prince. It's an existence that has fought in the profound world battlefield. Its cultivation has already reached an unimaginable level. Isn't that so? Who are these people? How did they catch the eye of this killer? I think it's called the Ancient Barrens Continent. Only God knows which remote area it is. You guys don't know. The Ancient Barrens Continent isn't some remote area. On the contrary, it's the location of the famous demon realm in the past. Back then, the demon race dominated the myriad heavens. Many worlds were their territories. Now, there are still forces of the demon race in many worlds. They're not characters that can be trifled with. I've never heard of it. It must have declined. What's so special about it? Even the emperor can't live forever. Back then, the demon race produced several demon monarchs that ruled the world. They were extremely daring. They even dared to attack the underworld. In the end, they were still beaten half to death by the human race in the heaven realm. They were almost counterattacked. There are talents emerging in every generation. Each of them leads the way for hundreds of years. In the countless years of history of the myriad heavens, who hasn't had a glorious time? Maybe some poor place is where the emperor used to live. But no matter what, there's a good show to watch. Many people immediately started discussing. They came from various worlds and were the elites of those worlds. Which one of them wasn't an extremely daring lord, a young genius, or a lord of a territory? In their own world, they were lawless existences. They didn't care if their discussions were heard by others. Hearing these discussions, the expressions of the people in the ancient barons' continent turned ugly. They originally thought that they would be honored guests of the ancient Phoenix realm. But now, it seemed that they were merely a portion of the guests invited by the ancient Phoenix realm. The force they were so proud of was actually regarded as some remote area. No matter how they thought about it, they felt sullen and depressed. Get lost. Don't force me to kill you. Are you from the Sea Clan? At this time, the lightning beast looked at Hai Wuya. You're just a weak member of the Sea Clan. How dare you clamor in front of me? Who do you think you are? In the profound world battlefield, I've killed countless members of the Sea Clan. Presumptuous! At this time, several representatives of the forces of the Sea Clan flew out and berated. They were all lords of the Sea Clan and experts of the King Division. Any one of them could be said to be an influential figure in the ancient barons with illustrious reputation. At this time, they naturally wouldn't weaken their prestige. Get lost! Don't block my way! At this time, the lightning beast instantly attacked and swept its front claws. Bang! 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 An incomparably terrifying collision occurred. These experts of the King Division were instantly blasted away. Their bodies felt as if they had been bombarded by a mountain. Their entire bodies felt like they were about to fall apart. The experts of the 100 Clan Alliance and the demon race, who hadn't gone out yet, were also dumbfounded at this time. They couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen had injured so many experts of the King Division with a single blow. They originally thought that it was already a shocking miracle for Yi Shiwen to kill so many experts of the King Division in a single battle. They didn't expect that this lightning beast would be even more terrifying. How arrogant! It's just a lightning beast. How can someone with the bloodline of the ancient barons be so arrogant? Hai Wu, you said coldly. Although this lightning beast was incomparably arrogant, Hai Wu, you wasn't a pushover that could be easily bullied. I'm just being arrogant. What can you do to me? As the lightning beast spoke, it instantly attacked. Its attack was as fast as lightning, and it was extremely fast. Everyone heard a sharp, piercing sound and a series of afterimages in the void. This lightning beast had already pounced in front of Hai Wuya. Its pair of huge front claws instantly formed a cross and clawed at Hai Wuya. Child's play. Hai Wu, you said faintly. His figure suddenly moved. His feet stepped on the boundless waves and instantly disappeared from where he was. The lightning beast's attack missed. His figure flew directly into the air, and a water sword took shape in his hand. It began to spin violently, and with a constant clanging sound, it formed a huge water spout and blasted towards the thunderbolt beast. Boom! With a loud bang, the lightning beast was immediately blasted. The lightning armor all over its body cracked in an instant. A bloody hole was drilled on its head. Then it roared continuously as it was blasted away. That mountain-like figure was actually sent flying by the attack. Chapter 1766. Hai Wuya's actions were straightforward and efficient. He directly blasted the lightning beast away, completely shocking everyone present. Although they were both king-grade experts, the gap between their strength was like the gap between heaven and earth. The lightning behemoth had been to the profound world battlefield and was able to come out unscathed. Even in the eyes of these elites from various worlds, it was an illustrious and famous existence. Compared to the lightning beast, even if Hai Wuya's reputation was like the sun in the sky in the ancient desolation, they still didn't put him in their eyes. The ferocity of the lightning beast was witnessed by everyone. It was indeed worthy of being a fierce beast that had escaped unscathed from the profound world battlefield. With just one attack, several king-grade experts were easily blasted away and almost obliterated by it. It was indeed worthy of its name. Not to mention the people from the ancient desolation. They were almost scared to death. What did it mean to say that there would always be someone better than you? What did it mean to say that there would always be someone better than you? Even though they were in the same realm, Hai Wuya could easily defeat them, especially the Monster Race and the 100 Race Alliance. At this time, they couldn't help but feel sad. Although they belonged to different races, there was no doubt that they all came from the same world. At this time, they were bound together for glory and shame. If they were humiliated by this fierce beast here, how would they have the face to go back and face their juniors? This time, they had come to the ancient Phoenix realm and sent a powerful lineup. Apart from trying to rope in the ancient Phoenix realm, it was also to promote their strength. However, it seemed that they had suddenly been put on a show of strength. Although they didn't know why the ancient Phoenix realm had arranged for them to be in the same area, it was obvious that it wasn't out of good intentions. However, what surprised the various races even more was that Hai Wuya had actually repelled the lightning beast with a single blow. What's the origin of this person? He seems quite powerful. There's actually such a person in the ancient desolation. This is a member of the sea race. There are many sea race in various worlds. For example, in the heaven realm, there is an immortal inheritance left behind by the sea race. However, I didn't expect such a powerful genius to exist in such a remote world. Yes, I didn't expect it at all. It's only natural that the lightning beast is so powerful. He has the bloodline of a desolate beast. Those desolate beasts from ancient times were terrifying existences that even dared to devour the gods. Now, although they can no longer be seen, we can still see a thing or two from their descendants. Furthermore, the lightning behemoths were able to escape from the profound world battlefield unscathed. You should know about that place. If it were you, how many of you would dare to go there? Those who survived have the hope of reaching the Tao confirming realm in the future. In that case, this Hai Wuya isn't as simple as he seems, right? Then let's wait and see. Maybe in the future, we'll hear his name from the profound world battlefield. Yi Shiwen's gaze turned towards Hai Wuya, who was in the void. He hadn't fought with Hai Wuya directly. Therefore, he didn't have much of an intuitive understanding of Hai Wuya's strength. However, he had a hunch that Hai Wuya would become his mortal enemy in the future. So he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to understand Hai Wuya's strength. Roar, roar, roar. The lightning behemoth kept roaring crazily. It seemed as if it hadn't expected that it would be injured in this place. Perhaps someone could injure it, but it definitely wouldn't be here. It definitely wouldn't be the people from the ancient desolation. You're dead. You've thoroughly enraged this uncle. It roared and glared at Hai Wuya. The injury on its head was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tyrannical strength of its body was far from ordinary. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, Hai Wuya said coldly, not giving in at all. Although the lightning behemoth in front of him was very ferocious and making an enemy out of it was not a wise decision, he would never back down from being bullied right at his doorstep. He was also a lawless person. In the ancient desolation, no one could control him, let alone here. His eyes were overflowing with killing intent. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone held their breath. Just when everyone thought that a great battle was about to break out, an even more intense aura burst out from the void. Immediately afterward, a golden light with a long tail descended from the sky. The golden light filled the sky and directly submerged the entire world. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a young man dressed in a golden dragon robe. He had an imposing appearance, and his aura was extraordinary. Around him, the gazes of the crowd seemed to be deeply immersed in him. It was a kind of mysterious realm within a mysterious realm. Wherever he passed, everyone would make way for him. It was as if they were naturally subdued by the aura of a king. "I can't believe I saw a lightning beast here." This young man laughed heartily. "What good luck! What do you think? This prince has just finished making a carriage, but I don't have a strange beast to pull it. TSK, TSK, your lightning beast ancestors are wild beasts, not inferior to gods, so you are indeed qualified to be this prince's strange beast to pull the carriage." It was really a headache to find a rare, strange beast worthy of this prince's identity, but now this prince has sent one to this prince. Everyone on the scene couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. They looked at the young man in surprise. Where did this young man come from? He wanted a lightning beast to pull his chariot. What kind of arrogance and despotism was this young man? It was impossible to describe the temperament of this young man. He was like a young king, a child of a god. Even among all the fierce beasts, the lightning behemoth could be regarded as one of the most powerful ones. Its cultivation had already reached the peak of the king level, and it was only a step away from entering the profound realm. Everyone on the scene was either a leader of a force or a young genius, but no one dared to look down on this lightning behemoth. However, in the eyes of this young man, it was only used to pull a chariot. Suddenly, not only the lightning behemoth, but also the other beasts who had also revealed their true forms felt a chill run down their spine. They were afraid that they would be taken by this young man to pull his chariot. There were also a few hidden beasts among them that were not any weaker than the lightning behemoth. At this moment, they suddenly had a bad premonition. Although this young man hadn't made a move yet, his body was emitting an aura that made them incomparably afraid. It was a kind of pressure that was emitted from the primitive bloodline of a superior to a subordinate. The lightning behemoth roared, "Get out of here!" However, it didn't make any move. It wasn't like a moment ago when it directly attacked before its voice had even died away. Presumably, it was also very afraid of this young man. It kept roaring in a low voice and fixed its huge eyes on this young man. "Sigh, sigh, sigh, this is really troublesome. You actually don't want to. Do you want this prince to use force?" The young man said while holding his forehead, as if he was very troubled. Then the young man looked at Haiwia and said, "Tisk, Tika, you're even better. Even if you have a strange beast to pull my chariot, it can't be without a coachman. You have the bloodline of a god, so you can pull my chariot." Haiwia's face instantly turned livid. He was the dignified son of a god, and he had the pure bloodline of a god. In just a few decades, he had already entered the king rank. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? To actually make him a coachman, this was simply intolerable. At this moment, the others were slightly enlightened. This lightning behemoth was already very powerful. As the descendant of an immemorial wild beast, its ancestors were not even afraid of gods. Its aptitude and talent were also first class among the people present. Yet, Haiwia was actually able to send it flying with one blow. Obviously, he was not ordinary. Only now did they know that he actually had the bloodline of the sea god. No wonder he was so powerful. However, even such a person could only be a coachman for this person? Who was this person? Haiwia's aura continued to rise, and there were signs that he would attack at any time. "Ao Shiba, after not seeing each other for so many years, you've become even more arrogant. You don't have the slightest bit of restraint." After hearing a lazy voice, a figure slowly appeared in the void. Everyone's eyes were like spotlights shining on this figure. Slowly, the figure of a young man in a luxurious robe appeared in front of everyone. His face was delicate and handsome, and he had sharp eyebrows and eagle-like eyes. He looked rather arrogant and had an extraordinary temperament. What, Chinlai, are you going to meddle in this matter? The young man in the dragon robe looked at this young man and could not help but frown. However, he did not act rashly. Unlike his previous relaxed and casual expression, there was a bit of a look of fear on his face. Meddle? Qu'est-ce no. It's just that I can't bear to watch it. You even dared to capture a lightning beast to pull your carriage. You are still as arrogant as before. The young man, Chinlai, said with a cold smile, How can it be compared to your Chin family? Back then you captured 9 of my ancestors and made them into 9 dragons' carriage. The young man in the dragon robe, Aoshiba, looked at Chinlai with an unfriendly gaze. Bulsh *T. Back then, when my ancestors attained Tao, you didn't even dare to say a word of nonsense. Now, you know that you have to fuss about it. If you want to talk nonsense, why didn't you do it earlier? It's too late. Chinlai said disdainfully, However, I can tell you that this is the ancient Phoenix world, not your Dragon Island. Does your family know that you are so arrogant here? Don't pretend to be a good person. Do you think they will be partial to you just because you expressed goodwill? At the end of the day, it still depends on strength. Whoever has the bigger fist is the most useful. Aoshiba said as he looked at Chinlai coldly. You're right. I have long wanted to experience your superior skills. Chinlai said as a powerful aura instantly erupted from his body. Everyone, please be quiet. My king has decreed.